Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan.
Initiated. 2v1. Unreal. If he actually gets it. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to VCTPH Open Qualifiers Day 2. Today, I'm Fluffy and I'm joined by Mr. Asterai.
Hey, so today you're fluffy. Tomorrow are you like flat
Fluffy 02.
Yeah, fluffy zero to the second version, dude. I am so hyped. This is like my first day coming into the 2023 first split, and honestly, I was really surprised and very much what's the word here? Excited to see the newcomers to the VCT scene, because I think we only have like one team in the open qualifiers that have already VCT experience, and everyone else is kind of, still unheard of, at least for the official circuit.
Yeah, if you're going to make your name for yourself, now is really the time. The team that Asarai is kind of alluding to is Sky Encore, which has a lot of veterans, and we've seen them, congratulations to them, qualify yesterday in their great series against AA. But speaking of AA, there'll be one of our initial matchups coming soon with a lot of, like you mentioned, fairly unknown teams, the majority who are not that super, keen on to everything about esports. But on the VCT level, it's going to be the proving ground for them today to really finalize and solidify who will be the final teams moving on to the first split for our VCT season this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, as you mentioned, we will be seeing Athens Apollo as well as Game Lab Alpha, who I think we've seen at least one game that they played against Sky Encore. Game Lab Alpha did at least beat teams such as Zol Esports, which is also pretty known in the local scene in the grassroots tournament. So this could be an interesting match. You were mentioning at least before the broadcast started, where some of these teams, they have that issue or that sickness of new teams in the professional scene, where they tend to have the aim to back it up, but not really the coherency as a team to really feel out these matches and win the games all throughout.
Yeah, for a lot of the teams that just started or just got together, or just maybe they've been together for a while, but not as long as some of the more veteran teams, they have that issue where, time is not really your ally in these games, because you're playing against opponents who are more used to playing the long game, making correct decisions. And although in the heat of the moment, everyone has the aim and the firepower in themselves to make it to this far to the tournament, a lot of the rounds that will be decided not only for the open qualifiers, but maybe in the future group stages, will really be determined on how good they make these decisions. And it's something you really have to learn. It comes from just playing the game at this level a lot. So it's going to be a test. Yeah. And it's also going to make it very interesting because, as you mentioned earlier, since a lot of the teams today that will be our final qualifiers moving on to stage 1 groups are more of the unexperienced side or underexposed side, it's going to be kind of a toss-up between a lot of them, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think a good proof of that as well, right? And we're getting really into it as we're still preparing for the matches. A really good proof of that is if you look at the statistics or the stats of what has already been done for the open qualifiers. A lot of the matches that we've had, with the more experienced players versus the not so experienced players in this scene, it's always any of these games ends up into like 13-7, 13-8, which means that there is those rounds where you do see some of these newer teams really explode. But again, the problem is, how did they transition that? What happens when the opposing team understands what the strategy is, understands what the setups, or starts showing their own strategies and they just can't figure stuff out? Well, we'll have to see as this day progresses. At least, of course, don't forget, guys, that we do have multiple broadcasts of our language. We got the English broadcast happening right now, which is at Twitch TV Valorant_PH, and of course at YouTube with Valorant Esports PH, and of course the Filipino broadcast on the other side at fb.com/Valorant Esports PH, and of course again on YouTube, because we gotta keep those VODs. We gotta have the highlights for the editors out there that's making the sweet Filipino broadcast clips.
For sure, you got to keep those memories intact, and also to let the legacy of VCTPH live on. Save those VODs, very important.
Absolutely. All right, we got our brackets for you guys. So just a quick recap of what has happened from the yesterday matches. We got Puggers winning out against SR Dragons, and then as Sky Encore Esports did beat out the other team, they will be facing against as you saw there, you just saw the Filipino broadcast just real quickly. But Yeah, no worries, no worries. As I was mentioning, it is going to be those teams once again, and then we also have, as I mentioned, the Athens Apollo versus Game Lab Alpha, and then Sanguine Rebels Dragons versus Abaddon Abyss. So I was really curious as well about the Sanguine Rebel Dragons because I have seen some of their games, and they do look very promising.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised, if I'm going to be honest, about Sanguine Rebels Dragons. They're a team where I think, the way Raph put it yesterday, they have a lot of local lords who are very exposed to a lot of people here, and they're very good players. So to see them playing today, I think for some people might even be a surprise. Yesterday, they played a great match, which you talked about a bit in the match schedule against Puggers, but Puggers came out on top yesterday. So today will be their last shot at redemption for that in the latter game today.
Yeah, I think at least if we just look at some of these teams, I feel like one of the issues that Sanguine Rebel Dragons had yesterday when I was watching, especially on Breeze, was it felt like there was some just disconnect with the players on how they wanted to approach the retakes on some of the rounds, where you'd see, I think that was Avery that was trying to set up a recon dart, but nobody was covering him, or he was wide swinging out in the open without letting his teammate know. So the refrag was so far from possible for his teammate to make happen. I think those rounds just jumbled up together, really battered them, and again allowed Puggers for that straight 2-0 in the series. Regardless of which, again, this is something that at least I'm looking forward to. Not really the mistakes itself, but again, the evolution of these teams, because the Open Qualifiers is the Wild West of the Philippine scene, right? There's so many teams that have been just jumping, or players jumping from team to team, finding that perfect mix, trying to basically cram everything, overnight for homework, and then the next day you gotta present it to your teacher, which is right now, which is the Open Qualifiers. So again, super excited to see how these teams evolve.
Yeah, and evolution is the name of the game. If you don't know how to adapt, especially adapting quickly, it could be one of your major downfalls as a team. Yesterday, we saw even Athens Apollo, when they played their series against Sky Encore, playing against this veteran team. I think one of the things that I'm interested to see today is how a lot of these teams are going to handle the pressure. Because, especially for the ones who came from the upper bracket, we were saying yesterday on broadcast with Raf how one of the advantages of being relatively unknown is there's not a lot of pressure on you. If you succeed, then it's great. If you don't succeed, no one's really gonna gripe about it. But now that you're back against the wall, this is your last shot, you cannot afford to choke. You really have to shoot your shot. Has to make sure that it lands. You really have to do all the adjustments that you need to do yesterday, today.
Yeah, and a lot of that would mean that you'd have to have like a lot of mental stability, right, for that to actually make happen. I think one of the teams that really has surprised me with mental stability, mental fortitude has got to be SR Nakage. I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing them during the Open Qualifiers. They might have already gone in or something. But the reason why I pointed out this specific team is I felt like when we saw them in another tournament, that we went to on site just to watch them, they looked incredibly just stable. I think that's the best thing to kind of talk about it, and a lot of these teams could really garner from that. So I think that's what Raph was also mentioning. I think you two guys were talking about is, again, just the ability to keep that ball rolling, because especially in these situations where it's already lower bracket, as you mentioned, it's the final stand for them, the mental pressure has got to be just so overwhelming, because again, you can't really find another opening unless we maybe go for split 2, which is going to be months from now, which is again lost opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, the opportunity cost is really, really high. It's a real risk reward to go through the gauntlet that is Open Qualifiers. Not only will it test your mental, which you just brought up, but also just your skills in general. Because no matter how good your strategy, your teamwork, your cohesion is, it will not work if you cannot actually make the plays work. So I know that a lot of the players here, all the players here actually, are all great players in their own individual right. But how they work as a team is really something in question. Using your example about Nakage, that team has improved significantly over time and iterations to what it is today. It's just why they are performing at the top of their game, and we will be seeing them moving on into groups. But that took time, and time is something that the 4 teams that we're going to be seeing today do not have. They really have to have everything put together today.
I have a quick question for you, Fluffy. You know, we're kind of going a little bit on a tangent about teams and such. Is there a name in particular, you know, with our upcoming match that as one of the player names that comes out to you that you saw yesterday? And I'm pretty sure we didn't see Game Lab Alpha in the live broadcast. I think they only played off stream, but maybe somebody from Athens Apollo, something that maybe just stood out to you yesterday when you were probably watching the matches from Sky Encore. Any players in specific that again just stand out to you?
For me, on the side of Athens Apollo, I think Toss is a very impactful player. We saw him yesterday playing the controller for their team on that Viper, especially on the Pearl map. And even though they're playing against a veteran team like Sky Encore, he really held his own. I think a lot of rounds he was able to salvage because of his good aim. Like, he get a lot of 3 and 4Ks, multi-kills, even playing that controller role, but still give his team enough breathing room and space to really function. On the second map, though, unfortunately, I think when he was on the attacking side, he was getting picked off a bit too early. But aside from him, on Athens Apollo's side, I feel like Tomix as well as Corazon have shined. I've seen Nash a lot also make a lot of 2 to 3 man plays. And I think their flaw yesterday was just how they weren't able to trade efficiently compared to that more veteran team. Although one thing I'd like to applaud this team for is creativity, because you know we're back in VCT. First game that I had to cast, I casted their game, and the first thing I see is this team decides to play double controller, Yoru Breach, Pearl. So it's already exciting times moving forward. Very daring and not afraid to try something new.
Yeah, I definitely agree, because I was about to mention that as well, right? Where I was like, this is not looking to be the comp that you usually see on Pearl here. So I'm really, again, just pleasantly excited to see what other things they might bring out on the table. Now, we do have our map videos here. Just want to check my stats real quick about what is the stronger maps right now for this particular team, or if we're going to go against the Sanguine Rebels, maybe just take out Sanguine Rebels good maps here. For now, it's going to be out on Haven. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Haven, I'm very surprised because yesterday during the AA series, we saw Haven actually go through to the decider if it was going to go there. It's a very popular map here, especially in the PH. Fracture, another complex map, is already taken out of the map pool. It leaves a lot of options. And for those at home, for this open qualifier, I just want to remind everyone that we're still using the old map pool. There's no Lotus in this pool. We still have Bind as well as Breeze available for the teams to go for. But what they're going to end up deciding on is, for our first map, we're going to be playing Ascent.
Fluffy, I have a very big boo-boo that I just did. It was going to be Sanguine Rebels and Abaddon Abyss that we're actually looking at right now. In any case, still, also another incredible match to definitely watch out for. And yeah, I'm wondering as well what's going to happen once we do pick up the Lotus. But for now, it seems like both of these teams just bringing out the standard maps for just, I think, facing each other, to be honest. Ascent, Bind, nothing out of the ordinary. We could be looking at an Icebox possibly. What else is still out here? Pearl is still here. Probably going to just ban that out straight up, because not a lot of teams are still comfortable with Pearl, especially the newer ones, because I think that's just something that they don't really play as often. Now, if we look at these two competitors specifically, I feel like SR Sanguine Rebels have the more to lose, because again, all of these teams or all of these players have really gotten so much experience already from VCT. Again, we got Realist, we got Gabby Diz, again, very notable names in the scene. And I'm just curious to see what the setup is, because honestly, when I saw how they were playing their agents as well yesterday, it felt like they were just trying to similar with what Oasis has been, kind of struggling with, just what works for each player on each role. Because honestly, I was surprised to see Gabby on an initiator when I have never seen him do that before. I only know him as a duelist. But yeah, absolutely what we were looking at in the map selection, Ascent, Bind, and Icebox, very, very like Classico for a Filipino matchup.
Yeah, very classic indeed. You have Ascent. It's our bare bones basic. I'm excited to see Bind, mainly just because we won't be seeing it that often so soon. So seeing the last kind of push for that map is going to always be interesting. If we move on to our decider, there will be more games to come. But I really feel like, for me, whoever wins the Ascent map generally shows that they have a stronger default presence. And obviously, in a series like this, high stakes to qualify, winning that first map always gives you that momentum. In Valorant, it's always about momentum.
Yeah. And what's kind of good about the map selection is it gives you a lot of options in how you want to play the game. Very defensive, very aggressive, lurk heavy, just defensive heavy. It's not as some maps where we saw Sanguine Rebels just ban out Breeze. I think they just don't want to replicate what happened yesterday when it felt like they didn't have much control on mid. They started losing that because of the op battle just not going their way. I think Kuyayawi was just whiffing a lot of those op shots. So it forced them to go onto the Banes where, again, they just had to go to the meat grinder and can't really check out these corners. But when you compare that, with Ascent, with Bind, with Icebox, it's a lot more digestible when you try to push in onto those sites. So I'm very, very, again, at least hopeful here, if you're a Sanguine Rebels fan, about what they can do. Now, again, they're going to be going up against Abaddon Abyss, who is also really, what's the word here? Also pretty goated. They have Vanta Black and Exotic, who are incredibly, incredibly known players as well.
Yeah, I mean, a nice fun fact about this team for ABBA though is they were sent to the lowers at the very, very start, the very earliest part of this open qualifier. But ever since then, they've basically stomped their way through the lower bracket and really clawed inch per inch, step by step back in it for round, all the way back, that if they win this game, it could be a great story in itself of how they're gonna climb their way out of that lower bracket and make it all the way to the finals and qualify for VCT.
This is not the first time that Sanguine Rebel Dragons and Abaddon Abyss faced each other. They were able to fight against each other as well in a best of 3 in a different tournament, and that time it was Sanguine Rebel Dragons that did win. But that was when the Sanguine Rebel Dragons, I'm just gonna call it SRD. It's very on my pronunciations, but what I mean by that is just, it's hard. It's 3 words, man. It's 3 words. This is a different Sanguine Rebel Dragons, SR Dragons, because before they had Naru, they got Netflix, so there is that difference of players from the SRD roster. So there is a different fight right now that is going to be happening between these two teams.
I mean, when changing 2 of your players, I feel like, especially now with how Valorant season has always been quite a shakeup, especially of recent times, it's not that bad. I'm sure it'll have a difference and impact in the game. I'm sure that if they are replacing players or just changing up the roster, it's for an upgrade. So if we're going to go with that story, then I think it would favor SRD a bit more. But knowing that at least 3 out of 5 of your players are still that core center, I think they still retain that identity that really pushed them to win the last time that they matched up against each other.
I wonder what's going to happen here, because, again, you mentioned how the matchup could still be some... the matchup was, again, just that different. Now, just coming back into things, at least I do know that Vanta Black has, or at least from Abaddon Abyss, Vanta Black has been very active with just how he posts his highlights on Twitter. So at least you know that he's been just actively waiting for a chance to prove himself again. And honestly, I think these are 2 teams that have somewhat of a similar history in and of itself, because these are teams that have players that, as I mentioned before, right, there were some teams that, or some players that would just keep bouncing from team to team. I think Vanta Black has jumped a numerous amount of teams in the past year alone. I can't remember what teams he was on. Let me just check real quick. He had his own team called Vanta Black, of course. He was in 717 Monsters. He actually was with Game Live Alpha before, but even before that, I think he also had some grassroots teams that he was just forming with maybe some friends or maybe colleagues that he had in the rank scene or something, just to try stuff out. So he's been just as active as anybody else. So you know that these guys are just grinding just absolutely non-stop. So again, lots of things in the line aside from just the slot for VCT, which is the most important thing. It's more of, I think, just a proving ground for them, because they were just been so adamant at just being so active in the scene that it hasn't really paid off just yet. And I really want it to happen for him, because he's just been, again, on the grind ever since.
Yeah, will it pay off? That's a big question. But for me, the bigger question is it enough? Being active and being part of multiple teams like that is an achievement in itself, but to play at this level and supersede your previous self and just improve, is it going to be enough this time to actually make it to that ultimate goal currently, which is to qualify for VCT groups?
Big questions on the line here. We still have a few more minutes before we do get things started right now. But one thing I guess we could just point out here is what could be the agent selections for Abaddon Abyss. I do know for a fact that Exotic was just so strong with the chamber before. Will he still bring it out, especially with the nerfs right now? Vanta Black has also shown that he just flexes for his team as much as they need him to. I've seen him play as a Sentinel. I've seen him play as a duelist. He does both very well. Not sure about the other ones with Sladam, Asta, and Rababs, but at least I do know that this team is very interchangeable with how their history has gone. On the other side, for Sagman Rebel Dragons, it's a similar yet different take where I feel like SRD has players that are just very much known for being duelists, but then some of them obviously have to be relegated from non-duelist roles. I feel like we'll have to see if Gabby Diz, Realist, can really sink into possibly these new roles. Even though it's been a while since they've gotten into SRD, I still feel like they still have so much to try to get back up on as they again go forward into this best of 3.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how swapping roles, especially as a player, can really affect how you play certain positions. And as we move to the agent select, we'll finally see what they decide to lock in. On the side of SRD, we'll see Netflix on the Astra, Kuyayawi on the Jet, Gabby Diz back on the Sova playing Initiator this time, S1000 on that Killjoy, and Avery on the KO. And on the other side of things, we have Vanta Black playing that Omen to provide some smoke utility, Asta also going for the Killjoy, and the same exact composition throughout with Exotic on the Jet, Stathome on the Sova, and Rababs on that KO. Double Initiators all the way around and double Killjoys. I think that in itself is a very stable comp. The only difference that we can see right now is in controller. On one hand, we have Omen providing a lot more aggression and a lot more plays, but with changes to the Omen smoke, it's a bit more limited of what you can do now with the dark cover. On the other hand, we have Netflix with the Astra, which is always a stable pick in almost any map.
Yeah, I think Netflix has been just picking up the Astra non-stop ever since, right? Just to kind of give more light to how the change is on the Omen, they did something with his dark cover's stickiness to terrain so that you can't do these more cheeky one ways. It has to be flat. What is it, like a flat top that you can put it on? So for example, A main, you can still do the standard one way there, but you can't do, I think, the one way on A short as effective. I don't think you can stick it to the lamps or just on the wall itself. So it's gonna be something to definitely watch out for on how Vanta Black adjusts to the dark cover. Aside from that, Omen's still incredibly strong, especially with the paranoia, and just as you mentioned, right, the difference between him and the Astra is just Omen just takes so much space to create, and having a double initiator even gives them a little bit more, I think, a better edge on that one. But Netflix also, again, very prevalent on this Astra. Excited to see how he showcases which of these two are the better controllers. But other than that, we are almost up for game number 1.
Yeah, almost up for game number 1. I'm very excited to see how these two teams are going to duke it out, especially when you have two comps that are very, very similar. For a majority of situations, it's really about, you'll really see the difference in play style and how they work the map rather than just work the agents that they possess. Having information on both sides with so many ways to get it, with the Recon Dart, both having drones as well as the KO 0 point. All of these things combined will be about how much info can you deny by just your own positioning, how well do you work the map, and more importantly, how well can you use the differences in your controller's utility to really gain or take and control space.
Yeah. Again, I just gotta have to go back to my point about the adjustment period that we have to see from, I think, Gabby. I think Realist has played other agents other than the duelist for a while now. I think maybe he did that earlier 2022, maybe even 2021. But this is probably my first time seeing him. Was he on the controller? Or no. He was doing controller on another map in another game as a Viper. But in any case, still there is, I feel, that thing where they need to have their players a lot more comfortable with the new roles that they have been given upon. I feel like, at least from that kind of perspective, Abaddon Abyss has a better grasp of the situation, and that could be a really strong start in this best of 3 for them.
I mean, at least if you're on the side of ABBA, right? You
Yeah.
have that momentum going into
ABBA.
this. Okay. you have the momentum going into this because ever since that one little falter in the start, you just keep going and going and going. And speaking of going, we can head on to our first map right now for VCT Open Qualies Day 2.
Yeah, let's get it started, guys. After a long wait, day number 1 is about to begin, but look at this, SRD already hovering 3 on mid. No Quadra on mid here. If Netflix peeks this or gets flashed, I think they're going to go for the Korean flash and dash. Netflix got to be careful. He doesn't have anything to really help this out. Just the 1 star on mid. There it is, the setup. They're looking for contact immediately on the mid side. Netflix sniffs it out. No aggressive dash from Exotic just yet. But now they know there's a heavy emphasis on that mid control. Spike is getting at least delivered onto A main, and the rest of SRD, especially with Yaoi already holding the short angle, is going to have control, which allows his teammates to go into the A side, and this will force at least SRD to play that retake. He's whiffing the shots with the right click, and that's going to be a 4 versus 5 as the round continues.
And as it continues, Raul's gonna go here, just peek up onto heaven. Gonna get some more space for his team as some darts flow into the site. Looks like it's gonna be an 8 commit by the team's Avery falls, but Gabidiz is still in the site, hiding under hell, or under heaven rather, and Gabidiz is gonna be the one defending it. Eventually, though, in this almost impossible checkmate position, it's gonna be hard to peek. He does try to go for it, respect, but the firing squad is already there for the reply.
Oh. I guess the big problem there, man, was they just slowed down mid, right? And on pistol, when you don't really have that much utility, I'm talking about the Astro, or not Astro, but the Killjoy here. It's going to be so difficult for you just to retake the site and just, you know, tell your opponents to, yo, don't go into the site. We got, you know, we got the threats of the Nanoswarm or something. Not really going to happen. And it seems like we are going to be just going for a quick little pause here, but so far, at least, that pistol gives us, again, the showcase that ABBA knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I think that one advantage they have also playing the defensive side is the Omen Flash, which is the Paranoia, actually has a lot of very valuable use cases, especially on the retake. Unlike the Astra, it gives their team a lot more room to play with, and as an attacker, as long as you know that they still have that ability, you have to play far back to a lot of these walls and kind of overexpose yourself. So if they're able to abuse that and able to create more space using Omen, I feel like they can stack off enough rounds, and obviously it's a great start for them, especially opening up like this 1-0.
Yeah, absolutely. So a quick little purchase. Just go straight for the full shield buy here. I think so. This is one thing. Okay, it feels like I'm talking about SRD in a bad light, but one of the things that they really did well yesterday was, I think, how just great their sheriff rounds were. I think Gabby was one of the ones that just was pushed on Breeze. He was just pushing through halls, getting 2 kills, backing away, creating that space for his team to breathe and try to just, you know, have some form of result. So coming into this, you do know that ABBA is very much aware of that, just going straight for, again, the full shields. Doesn't want to lose the long-range battles, doesn't want to at least be squishy enough to get traded by like 2 shots of a sheriff from like Gabby or Avery. So really, at least safe and smart approach, I think, from the ABBA team. Whether that's really what they were kind of planning to do or this is just their regular buy, at least it works in their favor in the sense that they're not greedy and just going to, oh guys, let's just save up, you know, maybe half shield into a Spectre or something and then we're just buy better next round. No, they really want to solidify all the rounds that they can take, especially that they do know that SRD has that momentum shift. When they do get some of those rounds, they tend to snowball that 2 to 3 straight up.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about ABBA is, you know, it's better to be safe than sorry. And even one of their players, Jet especially, is going to be upgrading to that Bulldog, further putting the idea that they want to not only stabilize this round, but maybe even carry it over into the next round. It's your biggest gun differential from the first and second round. So I wouldn't say it's a free round, but it's probably the biggest gap in advantage in terms of who wins and who loses. And you also know exactly what you'll be against. But with the Sheriffs in hand and a crack team like SRD, things can still change.
Is this a force buy? Yeah. It is. They are. They're charging into his Rababs. He's already prepared. Exotic there to help him out. And look at this, the damage being done. Gabby does get the trade on Exotic, but again, it's only going to be Nateflix and teammate 2 remain. Already super low on the Sova. And oh no. Ouch. Vanta Black. Oh, never mind. Nateflix somehow manages to shoot him through the smoke as it dissipates. He has 40 HP. He can smoke himself to go for the cross. Maybe. Just waiting for the cooldown of those stars. The shock dart scaring him just a teeny tiny bit, but now he has to move through. Maybe try to pick up a weapon here. He's trying to get aggressive. He's just trying to look for some contact. Gabby still somehow manages again to hit a headshot. My goodness. Maybe the SRD, the S in SRD is Sheriff Rebel Dragons. What do you think about that?
Okay.
All right.
All right. And even though the Sheriff Rebel Dragons are still rebelling right now, not giving up any single inch of space up to A main, not wanting to cross, they're burning out the time. 30 seconds still remain on the clock. Eventually, Nateflix does decide to swing, but Rababs is already waiting on the corner. But as you mentioned earlier, Gabby is great on the Sheriff, but this time around, he gets closed out by Sova. I think that honestly, though, at the end of it, it's a pretty good round for SRD, but knowing that they did invest some things for that little forest, it's not the best strategy. They just decided, you know what, guys, on the replays here, you can see how they all decided, let's funnel into A, which is not the best strat, especially if you know that they have a Killjoy contact and an Omen somewhere, even the Suppress, which can go to A short, very, very common from Tree. Maybe they could have played the round a bit longer, but I respect the effort, especially with the Stinger buy.
I think it was just not well optimized. Kuyayawi just dashed right into the face of Rababs, and he had no chance to just get out of there. The one-way smoke, Rababs is still aware that there could be maybe somebody to assist Kuyayawi. That's not really meant to be. Rest of SRD hovering on mid. Smoke has stalled him for a smidge of a second here, but again, they're losing map control very slowly. Look at how aggressively Abba has pushed up onto short, trying to maybe have a glimpse, just an audio cue or something before they try to go aggressive. Asta is backed away onto market here, maybe waiting for his turret to get the contact first before he starts peeking out. But in any case, SRD are come to an absolute stop, and they can't really do anything, especially with, again, the turret just having such a massive look through on mid as well as B main.
Exotic, though, opening up the round yet again, taking out Gabby Dis. Now in a 5v3 situation with 40 seconds still on the clock. The spike still outside B main. The next point of contact, rather. It looks like to be Vanta Black going in with the paranoia. He does get the info that there's probably one person close. Exotic, again, lands another. It looks very, very dire here for the side of SRD on essentially a second eco, and Rababs eventually just closes out the round. SRD this time around deciding not to go for the quick push up onto A, play a bit more defaulty, but just because of how prevalent the delay is from the defensive side and knowing that the gun advantage is so huge, even though they got a bit more map control, I don't think that they were able to explode out of the choke points and really use it to their advantage.
So I think if you hit the nail there, the biggest problem right now for SRD is the map control is just gone. If they lose Kuyayawi that early, it's just gone. He's 0 kills right now, 3-0. Of course, there was that cheese buy that we saw. There's the Korean flash and dash. It's working. Asta finds one. Gabby does go for the trade very quickly. But they're not holding. They're just pushing, and they've already dropped the spike. This is not good. Avery at least somehow has a lot of control on top mid, but he needs to get the help of his teammate here. Here comes the double swing. They're so prepared for it. Azada's gonna back away. 2 versus 2. The weapons, I think, still better for at least SRD, but the problem now is they've lost the map control. Exotic's gotta back away. He has to. He's low in HP, doesn't have a dash. He's gonna have to wait for his teammate, who is gonna be holding on short. Asta could get spotted on the cross. Oh, just barely, like an inch before he got spotted there, which is kind of good because now he can reinforce Exotic here, who's just trying to get some information as that if a recon dart comes out, But if SRD actually go for just a dry peek, they could isolate, which is good because, again, ABBA is separated.
Yeah, but smartly, it seems like Jet is going to be playing in
that's
the
good.
backside, that way burning even more time. But I'm sure the attackers are making sure that there's no
30
one in
seconds
every
left.
other angle. It's all up to Exotic right now to get the frag. But Gabby Diz quickly eliminates that option. 20 seconds, they're going to get the plant down, and now they just have to find the last player remaining. Killjoy is against the world,
standing.
lands the first shot, though.
what?
Now in a 1v1, he has to know he's on backside. Goes for the swing, but no, Avery comes out on top at the end of it, securing a round for the attackers. SRD now on the board.
That was so risky for Gabby to just swing left that hard, and with Avery not really marking on spawn. Any case, that was too close for comfort. Look at how aggressive they were. They knew it was that's the bonus round, right, for ABBA. So they just were balls to the wall trying to get the catch off there, and much faster than before on that mid control of theirs. In any case, you're right. It is SRD going to be winning that round in particular. Nateflix is nearing his Cosmic Divide. We do have the Avery, I believe, or the Sova having his Hunter's Fury here. And again, just a lot of main control presence for ABBA. But as soon as they drop out from B main, goes to mid, picks up Nateflix. This is absolutely massive map control from the Abaddon Abyss team.
I mean, Exotic this round on the operator, able to get exactly what an operator needs. But on the other side of the map, Gabby Diz opens up the A side, taking control of that. Vanta Black going to try to get some ground back for his team, preparing for that retake. Going to clear out Tria to Spike goes down. After which, it looks like they're going to be setting up for Heaven, making sure everything is clear. Gabby Diz already with a drone. Ooh, even the knife to make sure everything is there. With 3 agents suppressed, they have the info. Looks like the retake is going to be coming in. Operator holding angle. Rebabs goes for the flash. Goes for the first peek, gets him. Has to know that the last person's gen. The paranoia comes out, but the recon dart might ruin everyone's plans here. Vanta Black pushing through the smoke. Gets not one, but two. A clean way to juggle the attention of SRD. ABBA with a very, very clean retake there. Almost textbook.
Very textbook indeed. Having a couple of lineups and such. And then using Vanta Black for the pinch. There was nobody from SRD there that was even trying to go for a lurk. Maybe on the wraparound, you know, coming from exiting to A main, going through A short. Maybe to catch Vanta Black there. In any case, it just did not work in their favor. Look at this. He's so isolated. He was just alone. Avery didn't have anybody to protect him, and they were just like, how do I describe this, Fluffy? It's like 1v3 angles every single time.
Yeah, they just get pushed onto a very awkward spot where they're just overexposed, and it's a good job from the defenders for being able to do that. Not, you know, no one is over-aggressing, pushing one side a bit too fast to give them even the option of getting a 1v1. If anything, they're essentially kind of baiting for each other to jiggle their attention and aggro that way. Maybe someone lands a shot, and at the end of it, they do land the shots they need. They come out quite unscathed, only maybe losing one player there, and they keep the operator in hand. And now, with that, as well as the Blade Storm, a very flexible Jet is going to come out this round. So it depends on how SRD is going to use this timeout to really adjust their strategy. If I were them, I think that the basic trading and map control is something that they really need to start looking at, and hopefully we see a change of pace moving on to this round.
I think the biggest problem for SRD right now is they're just not able to deal. Yeah, you mentioned it already again. They just can't find these proper trade positions for them. It's going to be even more difficult because Exotic still has his operator up. He's already threatening mid here. Recon Dart just to get a bit of that mid control back from the SRD team as Avery's leading the charge. Exotic's already coming around from A short all up to the mid. If they don't smoke this, he has a lineup right here. Astra's right there. Okay, Frenzy. Follow up. Good damage. Avery's very low. Does have the Sheriff though, so it's a battle of who's just better on the flick. Exotic doesn't even get flashed by that pop flash. And now, spotted one. Last person, S1000. Well, is he going to be able to evolve this Millennium into S2000? Probably not. Backed away, smoked away, and he only has the Sheriff in hand. Maybe a chance? Oh! Oh wait, no, that's the Blade. Yeah, I thought it was like the Recon that spotted him. In any case.
Oh, no!
They knew exactly where he was. Get stabbed. We're in the Philippines. Hello.
Not like this. Bringing out the Vash cosplay right there. Bringing out the Pinoy pride, if anything. Exotic, though, he's going to be able to hold here. When we look at the replay, we see how he got this great shot, by the way. He dodges the flash using the tight angle so that he's not blinded, and the knife at the end of it to secure the round, not only winning the actual battle, but also the mental warfare.
Yeah. I mean, that was a weak buy for SRD, so the threat level, not the biggest from SRD there, but I will say the map control much better from what we saw before. Yowie just had enough. Exotic, get out of here with that operator. You're not going to be able to use it this round. 4 versus 5. Now they got to work fast. There still is the KJ here, so there's a lot of utility that could be used to stop on that A short. They're using it to clear things up. The flash is good. Vanta Black's holding on. He has a TP. He can get away. Vanta Black out away with murder. Absolutely gorgeous plays coming in from Vanta Black. He's all the way up on their spawn. Kuya Yaoi's going to have to hold at least the crossing the fort here, but it is a 4 versus 2. So the numbers favoring SR Dragon, at least for now. Slatham. He wants to pop the shots, but Dice is very defendable. Nateflix coming in through the window, not through the wall. And Vanta Black, his Mamba out. Not really too good. The headshot angle, he still wins it somehow, but he has been tagged. Could just try to deal some damage here. They are pretty rich, so they should be fine, but I think he's just going to be maybe playing that exit frag.
Yeah, I choose to go a bit more safe. He already had the risky play earlier in the round. Unfortunately, it looks like SRD is going to get away with this if you're an ABBA fan, but he's going to be able to save something. He does get the operator. That is actually like extra worth saving, because if you get that back into the hands of your Jet, and you could really change the momentum of the start of the next round. But as we move into that, SRD seems like they're, getting their groove back after the tactical pause.
There really is. And maybe not just that. Kuya Yaoi now starting to get those impact frags really well into his favor. But of course, because they did lose a bunch of rounds straight up from the get-go, there is just so much buying power here from ABBA that Exotic still has his operator. I think he can even buy another operator if he wanted to on that next round, even if they lose. Kuya Yaoi's here, charging in, but as I mentioned again, the chances of him winning against Vanta Black every single time, I would say it's still a 50-50. Exotic and Kuya Yaoi on that same spectrum of just skill level, but they were prepared. ABBA was prepared.
I'm just genuinely surprised that they would dry peek something like that. They have the double initiator for a reason, not using the drone or some other utility to force them out. Even with the dissipates that you can use to push someone off the angle is something that I feel like they're underutilizing here. But speaking of utility, now that they're on the A site, they're going to run into the first contact of that opposing Killjoy, who also still has the lockdown in her pocket. S1000, though, is going to be able to sneak by a bit, gets the person on Heaven, going to spot out the cage as well. It does land.
Smart.
Great entry for them, an amazing angle considering the fact that they had to run through so much utility. The alarm bot to set up a bit more security for their team as they go to the resig, but all of the plans will be ruined with that no command.
They can play it slow though, because this is 40 seconds still in. Rababs is going aggressively for the fight, but again, SRD don't really have to force these. S1000 going a little bit too ham. If Nateflix peeks, this is like 3 people looking straight at him, but Gabrides comes in for the flank. Nateflix helps him out. 3 kills in a span of 2 seconds. And SRD from out of nowhere scavenge that round into another win. Good job, 5-3.
5-3 indeed. Momentum looking like it's back with SRD. Whatever adjustment they have done, they've really shown. And for me, it's less about the map movement, but more about that they're just able to trade better. If we look back with what happened last round, Exotic gets the opening pick. Great, thing for the defense. But fortunately for them, this great entry from S1000 as well as the support from the Hunter Spear was just able to flush them out of the A site. And with an amazing flank at the end of it with Gabrides to secure the round, this adjustment now coming in for ABBA has to change everything, at least for this half. They have to stack as many. They won the pistol, so when you think about it, they only and the bonus, so they only won the same amount of gun rounds essentially.
I'm not sure if we mentioned this as well, but the turret got smoked out, so that's the reason why it wasn't shooting anybody as they were coming into the site. That's why S2000 was like, why isn't my turret shooting? They're already halfway into the site. So the thing is with that, right, is because of his specific angle as he was hovering on the left side of Hell, he actually can't spot his turret if he's not out in the open, right? So visually, so because his turret wasn't getting any information and he can't see that the smoke was there, he didn't really know what was up until, again, the opponents were halfway through the site. So really good just adjustment from SRD and Call to make that happen. Kuya Yawi gets in. Oh, spots out Ab. Okay. He's just waiting for contact before anything else. And maybe a dash right in. A bait dash right in, but Abba not flinching, not biting the bait as, again, the turret's still there. It hasn't really activated, so now they know it was just a ruse, you know, an illusion, a fake, a pseudo push.
But I feel like by smoking the middle of a site like that and not the turret, knowing that they have the Sova in sight and the turret to watch the cross, it forced no need for them to over-rotate. But it also still gives them information that it's probably a fake, but the re-hit now from Kuya Yawi is going to be amazing. Somehow gets through the alarm bot, so they don't expect that angle, and because of that, the pressure is now forcing the defensive team to just overreact right now. Exotic going to be pushing up on to take the A, and I think they might be able to make contact if they move quick enough. Still has dash available. Once they do forgo the swing, brings out the knife for a bit, spots out the enemy jet as well as the Astra, gets two from top of mid. 4v3 right now. Still has the null command as well as the lockdown for the retake if need be. But with that, they'll already be sure that they're going to be planting on the A side. This is going to be the battlefield for the rest of the round.
Oh, that's a perfect flash. That evens the playing field, though. 3 versus 3. Now they get heaven control as well. This is what they needed. Look at this. Oh, okay. That's what they needed, but Abba's not going to give them a chance to fight back. S1000 dropping in. Hello. There's going to be Asta. Just giving you the warm welcome. And now we have Gabby Diz once again. He's so far. Does he even have a lineup with a shock dart from that far of a distance? I don't think so. That he was just pushed out by the lockdown itself. He's just going to clean up a couple more kills here, but that's about it. 6-3, and Abba still has that commanding lead.
Commanding lead indeed, and on the leaderboard for the side of SRD, Gabby Diz, in fairness, has landed a lot of high-impact, high-kill plays this series or so, this match so far, especially here as the entries pop onto heaven in the replay. But I feel like in general, you know, SRD just has to make a lot more of those solid decisions. It feels like they have a plan, they gain an advantage, but somewhere down the line the momentum stops, and if we look at the scoreboard, it kind of reflects now being at 6-3. And as I say that, Yawi's just going to charge through and go for the mid play. A lot of contact things. Oh, manages to dodge the flash as well as get onto the CT spawn, creating some extra pressure there. But Asta is going to be able to remove Astra. Avery, though, is going to take out Astra instead, and the trades just go in. Now 3v2, the lockdown still available, but KO eventually falls.
Is he going to force the lockdown? S1000? Oh, he is in such a pickle. He needs to win this fight against Latham first so he can get into the back of the site. No! Whiffs the shot on Rababs. That's definitely not what you want to happen. All right, I like the idea, Fluff, that they just charge through mid. Unfortunately, because of that dash from Kuya Yawi, yes, he did dodge the flash, but he actually didn't scan anything when he was dashing in. So that angle from, who was it? I think that was Vanta Rababs that was in mid. Asta that was in mid was never spotted. There you go. And then Slatham just, again, cleans up house as he takes down Gabby and Avery. Oof.
I'm surprised they even went for such an aggressive play, knowing that Killjoy normally puts the alarm bot there, just choosing to ignore it and maybe go for the surprise play, but no surprises from the defense here. They're just going to go for a very default setup, get some info in B main, and Kuya Yawi is not going to stop the aggression, but gets shut down immediately. And speaking of things that shut them down, the lockdown is going to come into play with nothing really to destroy that piece of utility. It's going to look like a 40-side entry, especially with the nano swarms stopping them even more. But on the other side, it does mean that there's a chance of a clean retake because it looks like they're not going to be pushing that far deep into the enemy's defenses.
Yeah. You're singing the praises of SRD, playing a lot more, you know, controlled, more strategy, but now it's all about the aggressive, decisive plays. Great shot, though, that actually just lowered the HP of Exotic down to almost 0 as Avery finishes the fight, tries to go for the spray transfer. Fortunately, not going to happen against Rababs. It is an even 3 versus 3. Oh, that fragment. Oh, no, they don't know Gabby's here, but he has to make something happen. Peek out right now, Gabby, peek out. Not gonna happen indeed, as Asta picks up the 3K ABBA is playing out of this world. They definitely are the dancing queens of this this first game.
All right, and as you say that, we're talking about how decisive and aggressive they have to be, and they really put that phrase and quote into their head and say that's what we have to do, showing a very clean retake. Looking at the replay, you get the early kill coming from the spray. Avery brought low, Netflix even getting 2 for himself, but moreover, it's just the ability of ABBA to come back. He's really pushing the difference right now in the half. It's already 8-3, you know, not that many rounds left, and at the end of the day, it's a momentum-based game. It's not really a marathon. It's more like a sprint to 13, and 8 is a great number to have right now.
They left the spike all the way on spawn, so it's all about... it's not that they forgot, it's more about just them getting control first, seeing what works, maybe an aggressive peek out from ABBA here, get the kill, rotate the other way. But ABBA, I love the mix of just how they've been playing this. They got the formula right in this first game, Fluff. I mean, it is 8-3, so they are making things really work for them. Where is Exotic? Is he boosted up on top of the box on Heaven? No, he's just holding that angle right there. So Rabab's first on the contact. He has 2 flashes in the fragment. There's the wall. The blade delays them. There it is. Kuya Yaoi. It's them against each other. The flash out. Oh, Vanta Black tries to pop shots through the smoke. Unfortunately, not gonna work. Kuya Yaoi, no! Exotic! He gets the stab! Welcome to the Philippines once again! And there it is, another shot onto Netflix.
One enemy remains.
I like the idea, but because nobody pushed up into the side, of course you can just stab through the Cosmic Divide. You don't have to shoot through it. You can use your melee. That's the beauty of Valorant.
God.
Oh my god, indeed.
What an amazing play coming out of Exotic right there. Very smart of him, not only knowing and recognizing that they have to get the spike down, using his knife to secure it through the Cosmic Divide, but also just making a mess of things, you know, pulling so much attention to himself where his team can just go through. One thing I was worried about when they set up that Cosmic Divide was because there are so many KOs and flashes, they can easily just flash and swing. And when you have a very narrow place to plant, although, yes, it's nice because you can protect it, it's also very telegraphed that that's exactly where you are. And there's exactly X amount of people holding the wall. So it might be a surprise for the round, but a lot of these experienced players kind of can figure out what you're doing. So moving on to the second half of the game, with the roles reversed, we're going to start with a very default knife coming into A, but it's more like the aggression mid that's really going to pay off. But ABBA's going to be able to shut it down. Already getting 2 for Asta. It's a great start for this pistol round.
Man, a great start indeed, and they heard the door close. They know it's going to be Heaven. Exotic's already way up there. Does he have a dash? No, he does not, but he's going to have the help of Avery. He's good. Or not Avery, excuse me, but the KO here. Pop some shots. Gabby finds some retribution kills, but he is low alongside his teammate. They both get full flash. That's not good. And Asta, one more. Well, Avery fighting back. But 14 HP. I mean, we're nearing February 14, but I don't think this is the Valentine's Day that he was kind of hoping for.
Probably not the one he's hoping for. And I don't know if this is a recon dart. It is a recon dart. Gonna go for the swing off it. Oh, but he manages to dodge it though. I don't know if they hear the sound cue. He has to jump down, but with 1 HP and with both players playing hell, it's essentially a checkmate position. Slatham eventually gonna get the round for them. And by winning both pistol rounds, it's a great sign if you're an ABBA fan, because that is almost another free round, and with the rounds being so close, only 3 rounds separate them from essentially winning the first map. It's going to be a huge difference if SRD is not going to be able to come back in with this round. They have to force and gain some rounds, in my opinion.
They definitely do. I feel like a force buy wouldn't be out of the equation here too. I mean, they did it the first half. Why not just do it the second half again? There's also an interesting thing. I think S1000 actually bought a Sheriff on the pistol round as a Killjoy. Very unorthodox. I'm not sure what he was kind of hoping for there, but I'll just slow peek out. Oh no. Oh, this is not going good for SRD at all. Everything that they're trying to do is just not working for them. Asta's holding the angle here. He can hear basically everybody from SRD rotating through mid. There it is. 4 of them. They do pick up the Bulldog. This is a step in the right direction somewhat for economic damage, maybe even threatening a round win here. But of course, realistically speaking, ABBA have great control and already have set up the crossfires here. Exotic is just, well, he's always there. He's just available.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems that this guy's game sense is 9,000 everywhere that he needs to be. Every time he has to be in a certain corner to make first contact, especially on the jet with the dash available, he's just there at the right place at the right time. And unfortunately, it's not the right time for SRD to force this round because it looks like they lost so much in their small investment that they did have. They went for the second force that they had this game, you know, off the pistol round last time or last half, but it's like they're just scrambling to get something out of it. ABBA, now at 11, is 2 rounds away from getting the first map of this game.
I did not expect this to be this just high end for Abaddon Abyss. But you're absolutely right. Exotic. I think this is the thing that I wanted to see as well, right? There's 2 things that I think are just stark contrast for both of these teams. First of all, it's the Jets. Kuya Yawi is 3 kills right now. Yesterday, this was not as bad as, or he was doing really good yesterday compared to today. Just absolutely shut down by ABBA. And the other one is, since Kuya Yawi's already, you know, dropping the ball on his performance, they don't really have, I feel like, the necessary strategic coherency, right, that ABBA has. So without the threat of Kuya Yawi, you really do see the gaping holes of play that we see from SR Dragons.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. I think SR Dragons has just had a hard time playing off utility. I think one of the reasons why maybe Kuyawi has had such a hard time is because whenever he does go for the first contact, whenever he goes for the first swing, preps the dash or anything,
yeah,
the tip of the spear he is indeed, but he doesn't have a support flash or something that really helps him. But this time around, the support is going to be fully supported by ABBA as they posture to take the B side, already forcing the entire defenses to rotate. Exotic gets one. Gabby Diz especially, one of the highest performing ones for SRD this game, a great impact kill coming in from him. They also have control still of market, so they're very, very ready to fight for this. Kuyawi though, trying to go online, gets 2, but Exotic replies. Now in the 3v2 with the Blade Storm available, decides to pop it as well. Doesn't have a dash, but still has the upgrab in hand. Oh, but some spams and goes for some damage, but at the end of it, one will fall, but one will still stand. But at the end of it, 6 HP is not enough to tank that Sheriff shot, and the attackers are 1 round away from securing map 1.
My gosh, man. Okay, so the reason how Gabi... there we go. I was about to say he got tagged. Both of them did, actually, if I'm not mistaken. But, yeah, absolutely just a stomp by Abaddon Abyss. There's nothing more to say here. Like, looking at just the buy right now for SRD, not ideal at all. Gabby's top ranking with 13 kills, but as I mentioned, this is not that's not really how you want to see it, unless he's like basically ripping through the whole of them. Yawi though, and Avery holding the fort right in front, and everybody just gets gobsmacked. Slatham, 3 HP, 3. What can he do with this? Well, actually, Asta's still alive, so 2 versus 2. There's still a chance.
They know he's in tree though, like the positioning advantage he does have, but they're very aware for this. SRD is playing super. Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure. Oh no, he didn't. I don't think so, but he will not see that for sure. As Netflix does take him out, but that leaves his teammate alone with 3 HP. Gonna be almost an impossible clutch here, as any spam, just any gust of wind will literally knock him down, but there's always hope, and he will have the Hunter Sphere available for the plant. If he does make a miracle play, now is the time for the shock. That's already going to be a threat. Netflix, not going to be a problem for him. Brought down solo, an important round for SRD, keeping them alive for map 1.
The game continues. All right, what's the next strategy? What's the next adjustment from SRD? Realistically speaking, that was just ABBA going in for the aggressive rush. You know, just to seal the deal. Final nail in the coffin, but it did not really pan out for them. Now they're going to just play it probably the same that they did before that round. And they still have the money to back it up. Kuya Yawi does have the blades, but if he does get tagged by Rababs, that is going to be a big boo-boo. A no-no. They're just waiting for it first. Look at that. They're just 5-stacking outside B main. They're really waiting for some aggression here from SRD.
I mean, in fairness, just recognizing the fact that they've been pushing the weaker side a lot is good in itself. And on the side of ABBA, their Killjoy is just so effective at holding the flanks. But here, on the side of SRD, Avery already has the ready flash available. They're waiting for the recon darts if ever it's going to appear. Some shock darts go in just to clear, I think, the traps for lane, especially the contact area. But off the swing, gets one. Oh, it's a great flash, but the swing after, not as great. Exotic now has a chance to get into the site with some pieces of utility. Manages to close the door. He's going to creep his way, but no, from above, Kuyawi strikes, and out of the sky he falls. Bat to Black, though, is able to make it to the site, plant the bomb as well, forcing now this 3v2 situation. And with the Hunter's Fury available, it's going to be very dangerous for the opposing Sova. Asta still holding the flank. At the end of it, the Hunter's Fury removes the Hunter.
Okay, that is done.
Yo! Was he tagged before that? Or that was just like a random third Hunter's Fury charge?
I'm
In any
not
case, right?
super sure, but it was a great move nonetheless, no?
Yeah, nonetheless. But that was an amazing first game here from Abaddon Abyss. Just absolutely dominating the opposition here. Sanguine Rebel Dragons just no chance in just building themselves a momentum up on this. There were some rounds that it looked, actually half rounds that it looked promising for them, but they just can never convert. And I think that's the biggest issue for them. They had some ideas. Once those ideas dropped, it feels like their ability to execute them started to drop as well. So unfortunately for that, because they weren't able to really overcome that particular obstacle, they just weren't able to bring in more rounds in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, 13-4, it's a very tough scoreline to look at the end of a first map, but moving on to the rest of the series, it still gives them a chance to, bounce back from that. But Gabida is really showing how important of a player he is on SRD. Now that he's playing that initiator role, still having that duelist mindset, keeping his impact up. But on the other side, for ABBA, Exotic and Asta, super impactful players. Exotic especially, just being ever present, omnipresent, always there when he is needed, and Asta there to just reinforce a lot of the flanks. They have no troubles because they can focus the entire attention of what they need to do because they have that one player just playing it very safe.
One of the things I really liked a lot about SRD SRD at least, even though they did lose this first game, was they had ideas on what they wanted to do. I think Vanta Black is their IGL. I know he was IGL before on his older team, and the reason again why I'm mentioning this is you do see that the calls are correct. It's just how they're approaching it that is not as clean as what we saw from Abaddon Abyss. And of course, not mentioning again the heroics of Exotic, just absolutely wrecking anybody he is facing here. Just crazy to think at the least.
Coming off a streak like that, if you're an ABBA fan and you have this game already in your pocket, I'm sure that not only the fans but the players are going to be hyped up moving on to the second map. It also gives you a bit of breathing room knowing that in a best of 3, even though obviously you don't want to win the next map, at least if you do lose, it's not over,
Man, this superior control. I want to know what their train regimen looks like. Abaddon Abyss, just incredible. Wonder what happens when you face them against some of the other top tier teams here. What's going to happen with them? That highlight is just massive. Probably one of the best highlights that we could see for today. Exotic, again, I think the chat mentioned it as well a while ago. He's been in the scene for the longest time. I think 2020, right? 2021. But his game sense as well as his reaction time is just as good, if not even better, from what we saw in the past.
I mean, you can only improve. I'm sure if you're going to go to an event like this, you also have to have the confidence to back it up. One nice thing about this roster, though, is it feels like they're really good at playing off each other. Like, seeing them paired up against SRD, which kind of has the firepower, in my opinion. This time around, just seeing the perspective of ABBA, it really shows how, as a team, they can play off contact, do a lot of the simple, basic things, which I think a lot of newbie or newly formed, or underexposed team are doing a lot less. But speaking of, at the end of the day, ABBA does get map 1, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, with our MVP for the first map being Slatham 999.
Dang. I love grab. I use grab every day. Hopefully,
Same.
I think Abba also does the same as well, because he's just grabbing these kills, man. He's grabbing these wins. Lovely, lovely, lovely stuff.
That is a lot of things to grab, and they only need one map left to grab out of the remaining two. I think the next one that we'll be seeing soon will be Bind, which I know, especially for Raf, was not a big fan of the map. We saw it yesterday. He's a Bind hater. But
I'm a bind hater too, man.
okay, this is why you guys are partnered. The Bind haters together. I'm a Bind enjoyer. So, I'm kind of sad that it's not going to be in the rotation, but I think that Lotus is a great replacement.
Yeah, I love Lotus. And then bringing back Split, hello, one of the bests. Anyways, guys, we're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, it's game number 2 between Abaddon Abyss and Sanguine Rebel Dragons. Wait, hang on. The light is taking me, man. I need to
no.
just a little bit.
The light.
No, don't look into the light. Guys, welcome back to game number 2 in this best of 3 series between Abaddon Abyss. Unfortunately, they're not ABBA, the famous band from the 80s. But you know what? They're a different kind of dancing royalty right now as they win that first game against their opponents, the Sanguine Rebel Dragons. What a polarizing result that we saw, not only on the Jet players such as Exotic and Kuyayawi, but also just how the teams approached that first game. Really structured play from ABBA here. And then for SRD, it felt like they had some ideas that they weren't able to execute, and when that really just went down the drain, they charged into the site and hoped that their aim as well as maybe their trade game was good enough, but unfortunately it just wasn't.
I think it's a great way to put it, actually. They kind of just have an idea, they have a strategy on the side of SRD, and then they just go in and then pray that it works out, which is sometimes, honestly, that does happen to a lot of teams. But obviously, on a more analytical point of view, you would always want to have some form of utility to play off. You don't want to take a 50-50 fight, even though you're the best aimers, because let's be honest, everyone at this bracket can aim. Moving on to a map like Bind, I feel like this is going to be a test of brains, because you can't just default that hard on Bind. One of the challenges for a lot of teams on Bind is just the use of the teleporters, because the attackers simply can get control of one or both the teleporters very, very early on. And if you over-rotate, then they just TP away. And if you don't rotate enough, or don't use utility enough to stall out, then they'll just go in the side. So it's that balance that the teams have to find. And knowing that SRD is such a contact-heavy team, it's going to be really on them, and the pressure is going to be so high, because if not, they're going to be pulled into the light, just like Aserai.
I'm actually trying to check their stats right now. They've played Bind before. So they played a couple of Bind games already in the past. One of those that they faced the Abaddon Abyss roster. But again, this is a different SRD roster compared to the last time. In any case, I am wondering who was their... Raze player. Oh, it was still Kuya Yaoi. So that was the question I was going to ask, actually, to you, Fluff. If they do have the Raze specific duelist. I know Gabby does play a Raze. He actually plays a really good Raze, but it seems like Kuya Yaoi still has the helm on as the sole duelist for this team. Anyways, guys, don't also forget that we do have a QR code right here from Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. So again, don't forget to subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. What can we buy in the Philippines that is 9 pesos? Not a lot, but it's Grab Unlimited for the first month.
That's true. And if you want to grab anything, it's going to be, at least for this match, going to be SRD's last chance to grab an opportunity to maybe make it into and secure another map so that they can finish this series and get into that group stages. And touching up on that Raze question that you mentioned a little earlier, I think that Raze is obviously great. We'll see it now in the Agents Select if they will opt for that. I'll be surprised if they don't. And it looks like both Razes will be apparent, and it'll be Kuya Yaoi back on that duelist with the Raze going for a double controller for the side of SRD. While on the other side, Abba is going to be sticking for a more default lineup, something that is very stable. And I always find it very interesting when one team has a Sage and another team doesn't, mainly because the Sage wall just really shifts a lot of momentum and allows you to make a lot of quick executes that you can't normally do because it's not that safe. On the other side, though, for SRD, you can see that this time they have the breach to go alongside Kuya Yaoi. So we were talking in the first game how it felt like he wasn't that supported when entering. This time, he'll have the long-range support of his team as well as Gabides on that fade to really make that entry impactful.
Yeah, so they're removing S2000 this time and bringing in El Diablo. I hope it is words, because I might say something weird. Moving forward, you're absolutely right. Also, one thing that is going to be to mention here is there's no particular anti-flank for the SRD roster here. So that means that they're very susceptible to lurk plays, which is actually pretty prevalent on Bind as well here, right? So if they're not fast enough on their pushes, which at least we saw is a problem for them when they went on Ascent, this is going to be a big issue, because again, I think in terms of map control and overall game performance, Abaddon Abyss has the advantage here. And again, I don't want to sound like I'm just griping on SRD, but this is one of the things that they're going to have to face. How well can they execute quickly on the site so that the flank isn't as devastating to them? Or if there is a flank, can they immediately reprimand that and have actually a nice opening into the other side if they get that flanker? So a lot of things here that could work for SRD, but could also be a thing that could make it just terrible for them.
Yeah, SRD really needs to balance their aggression as well as how they handle the pressure of the map control as we move into the second map for our series, Bind.
Well, you know who is in a bind? SRD.
Okay. That is very, very true.
Yeah.
And looks like at least the plan for them will be to take a very, very, very early showers control.
Oh, no.
With a shorty,
Oh!
but no, Happy New Year! Opening up the 2023 qualifiers like this is not the best way to start your very important match point maybe map.
Did they anticipate he was going to do that with the double satchel?
Maybe.
Because he double satcheled, right? Anyways, trades upon trades. ABBA is getting up on there. Gabby Diz, as well as El Diablo, it's going to be the one
Spike down A.
to remain. Now it's just Gabby once again. You know, Gabby's been, as you mentioned, doing just so well. Unfortunately, he's alone. He's out of position. Not really a lot of utilities to work with. A solid round for ABBA. I gotta say, man, if I'm Kuya Yaoi right now, I've gotta be pissed, dude. Like, everything he tries to do, it looks like it should work, but he's just getting countered left and right.
Yeah, it feels like everyone's against you. Unlucky is what you tell yourself, but at the end of the day, great pieces of utility coming out from Slatham. A great response as well. Just gonna say, oh, there's people. We just go for the suck nade, contact, and I feel like he had the confidence because his teammates stunned for him, but just because they weren't playing the position, he just literally ate the utility pieces, which is very, very unlucky for him. But hopefully he gets to bounce back as we move on to the second round. More shower control coming in from the defensive side, playing very defaulty, but as that Viper wall is already set up on the attackers, just to get enough control to move into, or at least creep into the U-Haul area. But they will be running into one, but Vanta Black is going to be able to back off, not wanting to play any of these close angles, but Exotic
Oh my
lands
God.
2. Vanta Black responds and gets 3. This is not a great second round coming in from SRD. Awa playing it perfectly, scoring the flawless, a very quick and decisive round coming for the defense.
So the problem with a double initiator, right, is if you have a double initiator, you should be able to get value for your duelist, or the duelist gets the most value out of that. If Kuya Yaoi keep getting shut down, what's the efficacy of these two initiators right now? That means that the Sage gets even more value here for ABBA because she can slow down the pace. Again, if they lose Kuya Yaoi too early, there's just nothing that they can really do unless maybe they win these aim duels, but it's not looking as good. Oh, that's a halt, that's a stop. Wait, he backed away, but still somehow Kuya Yaoi drops. Again, as I mentioned, he's trying so much to just go forward, leaving the rest of his team, but it's not working.
I mean, I respect the attempt, you know, as a duelist, no matter what happens, you still have to keep going for it, and he does. Unfortunately for him, gets shut down as the first person who drops out of this round. The Spike also dropping down, going to be planted fairly early, if I'm going to add that. Avery, though, playing so close, you'd think that a supportive agent like this would rather back off and play off the contact of his teammates, but he's like, nope, I gotta do the job. We'll wait for the smokes. I'll play off the close contact, but he will be running into a lot of people. And speaking of a lot of people, Gabby Diz, that's once through. He spots a second, trying to go for the trigger discipline, but doesn't pay off. Now in a 4v3, Statham already has a sight, gets one for himself. Gonna reposition, trying to get another, and it does eventually land, but the Showers player is just too much for them to handle. But ABBA still with the man advantage can close it out. That's so good for them. Not only did they win the first two, they also secure the opponent's buy round.
Look at just how clean that retake was. I keep forgetting if we have... No, we don't. All right. If we could just see that in the replay, right? Yeah, there we go. We do have it. I keep forgetting now because I'm just so immersed in how they've been pushing the site. In any case, look at how just cleanly the retake was. Always able to scan, check the corners, and then as you fall, there's an immediate refrag to come through.
Yeah, I mean, immediate response, the quick decision making without hesitation as a team. That's what every team wants to strive to be. And so far, ABBA's been doing it flawlessly this match. But as the stage wall goes up and the timer does drop down, it looks like SRD is going to be going for a more very, very put together push. It's going to be this one corner, and Revam's contact is going to do everything, but that stun is not going to land. The utility is not really hitting anyone that important. The flashes do come through, but there's so much things in response. The frenzy, oh no, he gets blinded. Will he land it? Eventually, yes. He will upgrade to that Vandal as well. 4 bullets in the chamber for Yao. He will have time to breathe for a bit. The defenders are already postured for the retake, or at least to defend the side. They line up, but Avery and Kuya Yaoi just spray them down. Now 2v3. Finally, the plant does go down, and both defenders are scrambling to get into a better position so that they don't have to take that many 1v1s. But as the timer ticks down, Avery's going to try to get some info, get some contact, but Nadeflix is already there in an advanced position. They're ready to swing off each other. Dropping already one, it's all in the hands of Exotic, but it's not going to be enough this time around. Finally, SRD on the board.
Very scruffy for SRD, but you're absolutely right. Finally, one on the board already. That was, like, who flashed who? How did they actually flash Rababs as he just tries to back away there? Or he wasn't actually flashed. It was Kuya Yawi that was flashed, but Rababs just couldn't really spot him inside of the smoke of that brim. Unfortunately, or fortunately here for SRD, that resulted in them getting the push. Now, what was kind of interesting to me, peculiar to me more specifically, is they were stuck like 4 people in Octa, and somehow they were not challenged at all. Oh. Yo! He just got slapped on the ceiling of that! Anyways, 4 versus 3. There's still one in the corner! Oh, Phantom Black just gets slapped by Avery. Huge round right now for SRD.
Well, he tried to go for the big brain move right there with the double satchel, but his head was too large, smacking it there onto the pillar, the archway. But now a new choke has formed. Nadeflix, though, is already ready for this retake. The smokes do come through. They spot out the Sky is using the dog. Rabab is going to take some damage here. Too much damage, in fact. El Diablo going to take him out. Now in a 1v3 situation with the Sheriff in hand, it's all up to Asta. I'm not sure if they know his position. They haven't checked it yet on the map, but at the end of it, the angle advantage coming up from Nadeflix, just going to secure the round for the attacking team.
They think they're better than us. I can tell.
All right. It's starting to get a lot more solid right now for SRD. They're finding value. As I mentioned, if Kuya Yawi can get these kills, that's what he needs to be able to do. That round, though, in particular, I think more than anything else, the aggression from ABBA actually messed it up for them, because they were just like looking to get that value with the double satchel. Unfortunately, because it wasn't, everybody was right out in the open for the sweet pickings of SRD. Quick little slow orb into the wall. That's gonna get cleaned up here by the Rebels. Nothing else to follow right after that, though. It's a cut of noise. Ooh, double push on showers, maybe.
I mean, they have the default setup, a lot of patience coming out from this. I think this is one of our slower rounds this game, even using the Prowler to double check if anyone got the timing and pushed onto U-Hauls, just being extra careful, extra safe, especially that he has that ultimate in the Fade. The Nightfall is something that will be very powerful on the retake, but on the opposite end, it looks like a great angle for the Rolling Thunder if they choose to execute on A site. The Poison Orb already activated. El Diablo going to be using one of the Snake Bites to just isolate that angle, and with that, they do pick off Statum. The flash into backside is something that they have an option to do, but Exotic not wanting to give any ground on the U-Haul area. But Kuya Yawi strikes from above yet again. Is able to get 2. Now pushes Rababs into a 1vx situation. But with only 2 players remaining, and with the Sky Ultimate now active, he'll have all the information he needs. But with the time ticking down, he has 1 flash to work with. He can't really heal himself, but he is at the perfect health condition. If they play this crossfire correctly, it's going to be huge, but it looks like they're going to take the time to just back off, waste this time, and go for a more important angle. Playing with him without the info, El Diablo is going to be able to swing off the information that he had from him running and just secure the round. It's actually a smart play, because I think most teams would go for the 50-50, let's hold the angle crossfire thing. But because it's a Sky with a flash, you can honestly just run away, like what Brimstone did, and just, if your team dies, it's fine. It sounds kind of baitery. If you do it in your own games, you might get flamed, but like, at this level, it secures the round, so who cares?
Yeah. The specifics of that is, the opponent is going to be thinking, right, that, oh, I got another kill, so the crossfire guy is going to be somewhere here. But because you're thinking that, that's precious seconds that you're not on the spike defusing it. So I definitely get the merit of what the play ensues for you. Kuya Yawi pushing up. Kuya Yawi is fearless right now. All right, he's just doing everything. He just says the Thanos moment, right? Fine, I'll do it myself. He just speaks everything right now. Kuya Yawi is on the warpath, man. He's even just blasting paint shells on his own teammate. I don't care anymore. Foaming in the mouth, Kuya Yawi.
Kuyawi going insane. No matter how many times he's been shut down in the earlier rounds, it looks like he still has that momentum and firepower and the will to keep on going, taking his team to victory. It looks like a checkmate position coming out from SRD. Not much he might be able to do, but there's a lot of hope. It's still a Marshall. If you land the shots that are important, something can happen. He's swapping off to the Sheriff. Does land him to the dome. Kuyawi gets humbled for a second, but the stun and Gabi Diz is going to finish off the round. 3-4 with SRD gaining the momentum back of their team, especially now that their backs are literally against the wall. If they fall this game, they will not be able to qualify for stage 1 groups.
That's why you're seeing such a different vibe right now for him. This is what we wanted to see, right? The rhythm of Kuyawi. He just looks... Look at that. He's just a man possessed. Just doing everything. He gets one kill here. It's another charge back on his paint shells. Throws it there. Jumping up and down. Again, the rabidness of this man here is being showcased right in front of us. Triple stack outside showers. Peekaboo. An ICU double kill here for ABBA. El Diablo, though, forces them back. Can't really go for the res. That's a little bit too tricky for them. Numbers advantage in the favor of ABBA here. The nade softening up the blow. Kuyawi could go for the wraparound. Maybe help out his teammates on the A side, but he's a little bit aware that maybe somebody's pushing out on B long. Oh, he's just going to go straight up for B long because he can always TP if his teammates do go through showers. Very smart. Not spotted by the dog. And now, 1 minute to the clock. Plenty of time, and what a shot from El Diablo as Exotic drops down back into the 3-3.
Back into the 3v3 indeed, but maybe ABBA will have a chance to resurrect a player later on in the round, but right now he's just stuck in a pickle. Nateflix gonna call down the smokes needed. Oh, the knife is out, but the shots don't land, but somehow in the smoke, Asta does fall. The Viper Spit now available and is used to secure even more area for the attacking side, but it will not be the commit. 30 seconds still remain, and it looks like the spike is going to run all the way into the B side because Kuyawi was able to walk his way there. They pulled so much pressure in rotations. 20 seconds still on the clock. A lot of time for them to still make it and plan in a pretty prime position. And now that they have the positional advantage, it's going to be a lot of time burned for the defenders to walk all the way back and even go for the retake, just trying to understand where they could be. And not only do they have to worry about that, but the possibility of just a flank is something that they have to be careful of. Brimstone already taking a while to back off. For Babs going to be the first point of contact, but they won't be able to swing this together. Fanta Black going to get some control, bring out the Molly if need be, maybe for backside, maybe for something else, but El Diablo is going to bring out the Demon Time and try to push and get as much contact as he can. Gets the 4K. Will he get the ace, though? He's still alive, and the sky is inside. He has to tap the bomb. It's just super duper open. El Diablo trying to go for the ace here, but no, it's not going to be enough. But the Mollies are already come out from the sky, raining from above. He thinks it's coming from long, but actually Brimstone is on short. Oh, whiffs the shot in the initial one, but then goes for the great recovery. SRRD, whatever they're doing, if they keep doing it, it's proving to work.
Start lining up like Larry. There's like 2 lineups that they got there with the controllers, right? I mean, and that started such a good round for ABBA here too, as you saw. Double kill at the very start. And here's the thing. You mentioned how Kuyawi was able to get onto the site. The reason how he was able to do that was the Sky threw out her flash for Octa. But fortunately for Kuyawi, he was already at the entrance of Octagon, got through it, and as the Sky popped the flash, it didn't say the word blinded. And you saw immediately, because of what, as well as the Viper's Pit, the gravity of that utility just forced ABBA to rotate. Unfortunately for them, there was still plenty of time for SRD to actually rotate all the way around. You might say that, why didn't ABBA push through short? Maybe they could have caught the rotation. You couldn't really tell in that situation as a defender that that was the play that they wanted to do, especially that, again, such a big ultimate was already committed onto the A site. They could use that even if to plant if they wanted to as well.
Speaking of ultimates, this time around, ABBA does possess the Raze ult as well as the Revive. So it's a good combination to have. You can send in the Raze maybe early on to the round, or maybe just play safe and go for something similar like a retake. And in case he does fall, you can go for the Revive after. But they have to try something new, because whatever they've been doing outside of the first 3 rounds has not been working out for them. The trades are just not there. And whatever problems or things that they kind of did bring to light on the first game seem to have slowed down. I know that they're still there, but they have to bring it out more.
Okay. Again, I like how I think the cards in the hands of SRD is as soon as they hear the utility of Kuya Yaoi, look at the commitment that they bring to that site now. They want to see if they can fight Kuya Yaoi first, deal with them, and then see if they can at least push them back. Also that, and you know, they kind of broke, so a 4-stack with just pistols is going to be better than just 2-stack, 3-stacking. El Diablo, though, making sure to clear out these angles. Asta, he's an opportunity to make this money, but unfortunately, he got broke. Rababs, though, finds Kuya Yaoi. That's going to be a weapon in his hands. Avery finds out Rababs. No weapons will be taken. 3 versus 4. Okay, I thought he had a shotgun, but no, it's a Marshall.
It is a Marshall, but that will be no use as the stun does go
no shoots it back.
Yeah, the flash. No, they're gonna play time here. I think they know that they have the weapon advantage, and they don't want to expend any more resources just throwing that advantage away.
Well, if at least they can get those kills, right? Closer and closer they can go for their ultimates if they wanted to. 3 versus 3. But again, there's just so much firepower and control right now from ABBA, or from SRD, and not enough time. Slatham can't pick up a weapon, so just die to the event horizon. And 3 to 6, SRD. A very different face in game number 2.
I mean, they said, or at least we said earlier, you know, if you have your shot, today's the time to really shoot your shot and hope that it lands and make sure that it does if it doesn't. And they're really sticking to that game plan. If you look at their instant replay right here, we can see the discipline that they have. They could have easily gone all the way into their spawn having that much control, but instead they choose to back off and secure the round. And unfortunately for the side of ABBA, they haven't been able to secure that many rounds of late, but what they have secured is a bunch of ultimates that they can use to potentially win this one.
Okay, the quick charge through here on mid, slowed down by the orb. The double crossfire here for both Vanta Black and teammate. I do like this. Okay, Yaoi finds one on the right. He's still aware that there could be somebody pocketed into the corner here. He is making a lot of noise, so I'm not sure if that's ideal for him, but he is at least softening up the teams that could, or the players that could be inside hookah. And if he does able to do that, that could be good. I love the play right now from SRD. So much utility being thrown out by ABBA just to get that information. And it actually forces out the ultimate because they need to know where they're going to be pushing through. Oh! Nasty shot from Slatham there. That's going to be 1. Tapping it in. 4 versus 5. Ultimate. Slatham, though. Can you get away? Oh my god, Slatham! Showing us some aerial superiority. 1 more player remaining. That's going to be Nateflix. The lineup. Does he have time to actually bait this, slow this down? I don't think so.
The second
Sonic finds him,
land, no?
and he drops down. Oh. Ooh. He could have tried to football it with his head.
True.
Is that how you say it?
Where you just knock it away? Like header?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't do sports. I'm a nerd.
What do you mean? You have the flex though.
Anyways, solid round from ABBA there.
Yeah, and because of that, they do kind of claw their way back into the half. Still 2 rounds do remain. They can possibly still stabilize to a 6-6. They still haven't been able to get a lot of value from the resurrection from their Sage. I feel like I've seen that for the past couple of rounds just in pocket. I don't know if it's a position that the Sage is playing or maybe his teammates die in awkward places where it's just hard to retake. But speaking of retake, the attackers are already going to be taking the aggression, taking out a couple key positions, forcing out some shower play. Kuya Yaoi, though, brought low and exotic, taking out El Diablo and Kuya Yaoi. So 2 players from the attacking side already removed from the equation. The Rolling Thunder, though available, will not be as useful this round.
Definitely can't really convert from that. But players from the defender side, very actually forward here. Rababs is very pushed up there. But he plays it safe. Throws out the flash. Nateflix got to back away for now. And now as they lose Avery, not looking too bright for the SRD roster. But they're going to seemingly try to go for the B-side push with 30 seconds on the clock. Nateflix is slowly trying to find something here. He does have a molly, but it's all about the dry contact for him. He's just about to spot Asta. No, he looks to the left because of the flash. They don't know Asta's there. If that's the play, that's a great baited switch coming in from both the healers of Abaddon Abyss.
I mean, simple, effective. It works every time, and it's something just like that. A quick 1-2 punch from the healers of Abba going to secure them another round. Again, the Resurrection is still available for them, as well as the Nightfall. When we go back to our instant replay of the previous rounds, unfortunately for SRD, 2 of them get taken out a bit too early, and the last 2 just get that 1-2 punch. Now, it's pretty equal on economy. I mean, the rest of the credits don't really matter since it's the last round, but the rivals all on the board, the full shields, everyone just has everything they need. Just how they play this round is going to be important. This Sage Wall is actually going to stop the Boombot from effectively clearing what it wants to clear. Very good use of this piece of utility, as well as the Sky Smoke going to be creating a 50-50 for Kuyawi, but he still chooses to push through this. I'm not sure if they expect this time, but the Rolling Thunder is going to give him the opportunity to go through. Gets the first kill. Will he spot out the Sage? No need. His teammate will already get him. 3v3 right now. The Nightfall is still available for Abba, but they're going to be forced back onto the backside of B. Now that they have a bit more time to play with, the Nightfall does eventually fall down, and they are running from their fears as Roabs is going to be holding the flank, trying to make sure that no one is pushing, because this one Molotov just shut down the entire push. They also have the Viper Spit now active, so it's a lot of control for the side of SRD, but if anyone falls, if Nateflix gets spotted out, their timing, it could be an important, basically, part. Like, if he falls, it's just so much space for the defenders.
The smoke's about to go. They're gonna see Nateflix. Oh, he was just fiddling with his hands there, unfortunately. Trade for trade, though. 2 for 2. Slatham coming into the corner. But this is going to be a nasty game of peekaboo. But the smoke drops. Slatham, no time. And Gabby Diz just, again, double swings out. Hits the headshot. Absolutely phenomenal. Ending the first half 7-5.
I mean, great round by SRD. They're able to identify that they need to take the site, and the Viper Spit bought them enough time, even though Viper fell inside the Viper Spit. Just it going down just gave SRD a bit more breathing room.
Oh, man. I haven't really seen too much of Gabby this game. And he shows it to us. Oh, that was the highlight? That was the replay? Dang. So good. Spicy shot. Pretty even right now. Now, this is where it could get a lot better for SRD. Because defensively speaking, they have so much stall power against the ABBA pushes. So what's the play here?
Well, I mean, their play for ABBA at least is just to W key into the B site, already just hopping up and on top of the boxes. The heal is going to be coming out just to make sure everyone's at that healthy level. Planting very open as well. Going to go for a clean post plant, but the elbow area of B is just going to be heavily contested. This wall, though, is going to be enough for them to delay. El Diablo opens things up with a classic kill under Rubob's dome, but Exotic is going to be able to get 2. The trade's coming in now, pushing into a 2v2. At least for the attackers, they have the ability to play time and just play with themselves.
Ooh,
but Exotic lands 2.
Oh my god, what is this man's sensitivity?
Extra fast.
Extra fast. He doesn't need sensitivity training. That's the case. Very good. But I was actually, a little bit afraid here for ABBA, because there was those 2 flankers already coming, and fortunately for them, they played a little bit too slow.
Yeah, I mean, Exotic did hold the flank pretty well there from the Octagon. He even tanked the actual projectile from the snake bite. I think it hit him, so it took a while for it to fall down. They're going to go for a very aggressive play here. And on the side of ABBA, they did choose to upgrade to the double Bulldog. So just more investment this round, where they really want to get as many rounds and bring it to the next rounds as they can. But looks like a quick play coming out from them. Just going to retake that B site. But if we look at SRD, a little role reversal going to come out as they all, or almost all, are choosing to go for this big flank, gonna stack up and play off the contact maybe of this breach. But Slatham is gonna be there to defend long with his Bulldog. The Prowler are gonna try to sniff them out. They know that there's at least two players coming with a classic.
close.
Here comes the first swing. Second, why are they not swinging at the same time? Unfortunately for them, instead of committing, they kind of just give him the opportunity to get a couple 1v1s and protect his life even longer.
Probably aware that there could have been. I guess they were just trying to jiggle peek it, and because they were at that awkward little corner, they had to jiggle peek it one by one because they're gonna just collide onto each other. But yeah, I definitely get your gripes about that. The swing, the multi-swing was definitely not fast enough. In any case, that's gonna give Slatham just a few bit more before he has his showstopper, and that could be good in rounds where you just want to swing momentum very aggressively. In any case, this is where SRD finally get their buy round, which could be good, but there's a whole bunch of utility being thrown in the general direction of B once more. We do have at least one person pushing up onto Hookah itself. It's going to be Slatham. He jumps up, tries to find the person on the site itself, but the trade is swift. Oh, somehow it works out. They do get access to the site, but they don't plant the spike just yet. It's going to be a full-blown 4 versus 4 here as the round continues.
No.
And how did Vanta Black not get spotted by that? Here comes Kuya Yawi. They're up it. They're actually willing to go for this fight. But as the round decays, it's just not going to go in the favor of ABBA, and SRD somehow manages to win out the round.
Somehow is a big question. That Prowler onto the elbow, fortunately for Vanta Black, he was just in the edge of the smoke. So as the Prowler did pass by, it gave him just a little bit of room to allow it to pass and not get spotted out getting the timing. But unfortunately for him, though, the rest of his team just faltered in mid-sight, giving SRD an important round, getting their first round of the half. And, you know, relatively even still, 7-8. But we will see how that develops now that we have more economic advantage from both teams.
Wow, that's the read. Pop shots through the smoke. Netflix is low, and they don't have any
Even the
healers
satchel.
too. Yeah, better satchel than the nade, right? Because
True, that's true.
yeah, because nades can bounce. Don't really know where it's going.
Takes a while
Asta,
too.
ooh, close, very close. All right, back away first. Yo, what is happening? Netflix is just getting shot through everything.
Yes, just a great read coming out from SRD. Gabby is though going to reinforce that elbow side. And it looks like they're going to go for another B hit. Oh, he goes up, but he's flashed on the swing. But the double swing going to come out from ABBA. It's going to take out Kuyawi as well as Avery pretty quickly. One of them does fall, but now in this 4v2 with the resurrection still available, I don't think this is a round that they're going to be letting go anytime soon. Rabab's already ready to swing off any piece of utility or even just a trade from his teammates, not having the flash available. They know that one swinging. He goes for the 2, but Gabby Diz, quick on the trigger, is able to get 2. Not enough. A beautiful shots coming in from Gabby Diz, but at the end of it, ABBA secures the round.
Man, scary, scary stuff there. Again, Gabby. 2 monstrous skills with the Guardian. Unfortunately, not going to be enough. See how that just paired out. I love how Slatham just drops from his double satchel, and then everybody just aggressively peeks. Like 4 peeks the back of B, just to make sure, right, that they clean up the little bit of resistance that was there from the Rebel Dragons. In any case, SRD, you're going to be calling out the timeout here swiftly, as they know that a couple more loss of rounds is huge momentum swings for ABBA now that we're nearing the finish line, as both teams are 8 rounds in.
This tactical timeout is going to be make it or break it for SRD. It's already, past the swap of sides, so the next couple rounds possibly will decide their future for the upcoming months if they qualify or not. And on the other hand, ABBA has managed to stabilize in a way, but with the utilities that they have in hand, using that Raze ultimate, still, I don't see the value coming out from this resurrection just yet. But the Nightfall for SRD could change a lot of things, even though they are on that weaker buy. Just the amount of decay and the amount of confusion that Fade ulti can do could possibly swing the round for them if need be.
Well, if they can get a weapon, right? A follow-up with that Nightfall is probably going to be huge, as you mentioned. Ooh, they're going to go for the pinch on showers here. Not the best, to be honest. If somebody TP's out of there, that's just going to be a quick call for Abba to go the other direction. But I think they've already snuffed it out. Can he get away? Oh, that is beautiful. They can't even stall this. They can't even stop this. And Evans shoots it out with the nade. Now utility being used to just clear up U-Haul here. There it is, one. They know no one more is there. Asta finds it. And what a quick reaction actually from Abba. They immediately figured out that that was the play from SRD here, especially with the weaker weapons. A very, very common strategy that, again, does work wonders, but unfortunately it was just spotted way too early for the liking of the Sanguine Rebels.
I like how Abba's playing this discipline. Like, it's 5v2. They could probably get more, but knowing that they're on eco and they only care about winning the game right now, everyone's just going to play very disciplined, walk away, just good Valorant habits in terms of securing wins and just getting your win percentages up per round. 9-8 is now the score. The SRD team just choosing to go for Oblivion instead of getting dragged out for the orb advantage. It does mean that they're on the buy round. Abba still has 2 Spectres on hand, so if they play these close-range fights, maybe SRD will have some sort of advantage playing the more long-range engagements. But still, Spectres can do a lot of things at a lot of ranges. Even Vanta Black going to be upgrading onto the Vandal, so not a big difference in firepower realistically, depending on how they want to play the map. It's really up to SRD to find the momentum that they had earlier onto the game.
I heard he's close on their ultimates too. So if they're looking for something to utilize, the time definitely is now. Because they're so very close to everything that they need to just be quite aggressive. SRD now, as they don't really get that needed hookah control that they wanted to. They actually left Gabby, or not, excuse me, Abba just left their Fade there just to check out on hookah. If somebody actually pushes aggressive through that, never mind. Here's the nade. Slather. Oh, you can't get away, but Yaoi at least converts the 1-to-1. But this time is the perfect time to use a resurrection. There it is. No utility to counter things out. They do have the Nightfall, but that's not really used to just delay the plant. They will start to use it, though. They might try to just pop shots through the smoke, but Exotic finds it. He's the one that gets the Valley through that. Not really what SRD was looking for. They already committed big ultimates, no value whatsoever. And Abba still have 5 players remaining. A little bit of a tight corner there. Gabby finds a little bit of a headshot angle. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find it. Again, Rock in a hard place. Can't really push up as there's just too many things to try to deal with as an SRD player.
As an SRD player, you have all your hopes now left on Gabby Diz. But he's choosing to just walk away, save that Phantom for the next round. It will put Abba to the first double-digit score that we have for the round wins, putting them at 10-8 after this round ends. But the unrelenting winter of Abba is just chasing him down. They don't even want him to save, I think. They're just running at him, but I think that Gabby's too far.
He's too safe. He's an elbow. 10-8, man. All right, this game has gone very back and forth. Especially, again, I think this is the win condition that we mentioned from game 1, really emphasizing itself here on game 2, where they definitely need Kuya Yaoi to survive and start getting kills early for SRD to really feel the rounds out. But without him, you do see that it feels like they're so lost without Kuya Yaoi. They need the help of their big brother. You know, us Filipinos, we like our Pinoy big brother.
That is very true. But Nate Flick's not gonna let anyone enter the side. No ID, no entry here with the doggos though. Pets are allowed, but the Relab is gonna be able to take him out really quick. Ooh. At the other end of it, Sladum's gonna get one more. It's a very strong round opener from Abba right now. They do have the Rolling Thunder on the side of SRD, but because they have to play contacts, it's gonna be very hard. Every trying his best to get as much value out of it, but just the firepower difference that round, having the positional advantage as well, already holding the angle, is going to be too much for SRD to handle. This time around, though, they have all the ultimates available that I think that they do need outside of Orbital Strike and Nightfall, but really the other 3 will suffice. So if they're going to go for a play, now's the time.
Jablo commits to the judge here. So is the play to just leave him on the site? have him use the Viper Spit already because he's already committed to this. But more so than not, Fluff, if they don't get this round, they probably lose the series already because they're going to not have anything good after this round. Yeah, he's going to be holding on short.
I agree.
One teammate going to be playing through showers here. But I feel like ABBA know about this. So they're just playing it very safe, trying to get that control outside of showers. So the thing is, if they win shower control, if they get the beat down on Avery here, there is nothing that Diablo can really do from short with a shotgun if they're not inside his Viper Spit.
It's a scary
So-
thing too, though, because there's so
Yeah.
many like dog effects with the raise and the fade that can just check the Viper Spit. So although it's threatening, it's also kind of not. You know what I mean?
That's true, that's true. And Diablo hasn't really, kind of popped off this second game as well. I mean, this is his first game, technically, but he hasn't really shown that much proficiency. Did they see the aftershock? Or sorry, it's not the aftershock, but the fault line
I'm not
from
sure,
Breach? Because they're
actually.
just
They
starting to
should,
go
I
B
think.
side. Oh, they might have. That is actually perfect because now there's nothing that's going to stop them to go to the B side. Hard contact to Takuya Yaoi finds one. There's going to be a huge fight ensuing here, but the trade is perfect. Oh, man. Oh, the shotgun from Diablo finally gets the value. There's the aftershock. 20 seconds. They can still run for A if they wanted to. The slow is not going to be enough. Yeah, plenty of time. And they're going to have to wrap all the way around. So I'm not sure if they actually knew that the breach was on A. But if they did, that was a very smart play to actually just straight up get contact on the B side.
Oh no, but unlucky. El Diablo gets the timing off the planter, and he already spots one in heaven. 2v1. They have everything that they need to win this round. 7 bullets in the chamber versus Latham, but the Molly's going to be pushing him out, and the crouch is just going to avoid him narrowly, moving out of the bullet's way and being able to go for the defuse. It's a very, very important round for SRD, keeping them alive and away from that match point. But a very, very close round indeed. That's a classic bind round, though, by the way. It's like we take B, we get hit by the Rolling Thunder. It's okay, guys. We can just TP.
TP, yeah. I love how the one time I actually pointed out El Diablo was another round that we saw him do highlights. He's secondary fragging right now from what we saw from the scoreboard, but this is one of those rounds that he had the most impact on as well. The shotgun rundown on Hookah.
Sure.
Anyways, that was a very crucial round for SRD because again, if ABBA won that, they wouldn't have the economy to even just counter ABBA at all. So
That's true.
they stopped the bleeding, they halted the doomsday clock, and they're giving themselves a fighting chance 11-9.
11-9, so close, maybe too close for comfort for some of the fans out there. What I expect after this timeout is just a change of pace in one or both of the teams if they have a plan. With both orbital strikes being active for the teams, it's going to be very interesting of how they want to play these rounds, because it can get kind of awkward playing around that ultimate because it's so threatening, and with its almost semi-global presence, it can really affect multiple areas of the map, not only just to gain space, but even just to get frags, to be honest. But for me, a lot of the rounds always matter of depending on how these first engagements goes, and it looks like El Diablo's gonna be setting up, but a quick and very, very explosive play coming from Kuya Yaoi off that does a lot of damage, but not enough to secure any kills. Thankfully for ABBA, though, they have 2 medics on the team already prepared for some emergency room duty and just heal them back up. They have essentially done no damage, so it's kind of unlucky, if I'm being honest, for SRD.
Yeah, there's a lot of things committed. But you know what? It stopped the movement of ABBA pretty much so that SRD was able to go and push out on these specific locations, which is really useful. Rababs, let's get spotted out by the boom bot here. That's really what they wanted to happen. The flash was right in front of Kuya Yaoi. There's the nade that's going to force them out or force them to back away. Vanta Black just can't really find any luck whatsoever here. At least Rababs cleans it up. Asta can back away again. They still have a little bit more heal from Rababs here. And they have also a little bit of time to just try peeking things out. That was so noisy from the Sage. Gabby just peeks out.
I think
He could try to make some value here, which he does as Exotic drops. It's a 2 versus 2. They're going to run all the way to A site. But Netflix is there, ready. Weapons as well as ultimate prepared to embrace the incoming attackers.
Yeah, I think he was just running because he thought we need the time to go for the res back in Hookah. But unfortunately for him and unfortunately for Rababs, that ultimate from Netflix is just going to secure another round for them. Whatever they've decided to adapt, SRD has really been pulling through the past couple rounds.
Oh, that's smart. Dying to the orbital rather than dying to the weapon. So I can't really confirm dying to the weapon, but if you die to the orbital, you don't give any charge to Netflix, right, for his ultimate. So might as well just do that. Give him the money. Doesn't really matter. The ult charge you don't want to give. Or his opponent was just forced to, I gotta try to plant this. Maybe the ultimate's about to fade. In any case, 11 to 10, close as can be for the second game. Nobody budging an inch. SRD nearing destruction in this first split, as this is their last series if they don't win this. Actually, the same for ABBA as well, but they do have the cushion, the buffer of that first game win.
Yeah, they have a bit more breathing room in compared to SRD. SRD really have to pull out all the stocks right now. Netflix already going to start it out by spraying through the smoke. Maybe he's going to get a pick, maybe he won't, but no sky smokes remaining for him, meaning that it's all up to El Diablo to block line of sight for his team. The Poison Orb already down. Still has the Viper Wall in his pocket in case they go for the rotate, but with not that much stalling power left once the gas does drop, I'm gonna expect it's gonna be a very strong B hit. Looks like the execution from Ambo is gonna come out already. The double satchel is prepped. They spot out the first player. Rababs takes him out. El Diablo starting to burn on the backside. Spots on a couple players, but El Diablo Kuyawi just able to clean up. Oh my god, Exotic is so good, but will he get the timing to get out? Yes, Avery will make it out, gets the first player, but Asta too quick on the trigger. Now it's match point. SRD on life or death support right now.
Match point.
Oh my god, Exotic! You know we gotta get a replay of that POV though, because he just like looked right in front of him, looked right in the back of him. My god, it feels like there's a gun just poking out of his behind, able to shoot where his hands cannot. All right, while we're waiting for that, Diablo again back onto the judge here. A very messy buy for SRD. This is the situation that we did not want them to be in, but it seems that they can convert. But this is where it gets scary. There still is the big boom booms for ABBA, as they do have that showstopper and Nightfall. Even though Diablo's close, he's gonna get spotted by this dog. All right, good use of the snake bite. Trade for trade, though. That's beautiful, actually. Now they can at least slow the pace down a little bit. The wall is there. Avery, nade, everything being thrown, but nah. All right, it's going to be turned into the 4 versus 4, and the round continues.
The round does continue, but the pressure now on the defenders have to retake this. The spike already been down for quite some time. Netflix is going to be slowed down as they do push through this slow orb. Kuyawi manages to get Vanta Black. Important pick, that being the smoker. Falls down, but with him drops Avery as well as Netflix. Now this 2v2 with one of them so low. Kuyawi just has to breathe. They're both so low. He's really just one breath away, and ABBA still has the resurrection available, but I don't think he needs it right now. Will he go for the stick? No, he will go on top, but it's not going to be enough. ABBA's going to secure them, and from the bottom, losing from the first game that they played in the open qualies and winning the entire lower bracket all the way up until now, finally qualify into VCT groups.
Wow. I am just speechless, and again, too bright for my liking here, but no worries. It's the sun. All right, we can't control the sun. The sun does not work. No, it does work, because if not, we're gonna be all doomed. But you know who's not doomed? It's Abaddon Abyss, that again, as you mentioned, is now part of Split 1. Amazingly on how they just performed. I gotta say, man, it looked like it was gonna go. It was getting shaky. We could be looking at a game number 3, but somehow they manage. Somehow we saw Exotic, not on a duelist this time, but on that fade, create these amazing situations, scenarios where Abaddon Abyss could bank off of it, and Sanguine Rebels just could not. There were times where we saw Kuya Yawi just absolutely decimate the opposition, but it felt like it was just not enough to overcome the barrier that is Abaddon Abyss.
Look at the scoreboard right now. 13-10 is the last nail in the coffin for this series, qualifying Abaddon Esports into the VCTPH Stage 1 groups. Leading them there is Slatham and Exotic on the scoreboard, playing that Raise and the Fade. A great combination in itself, and just the great teamwork coming out of them as we move on to our series highlights. You can see the discipline that they have. You can see how they play together as a team. And what I think they did really great this game in comparison to SRD was to keep that momentum alive and to play very disciplined. SRD is a team that, in my opinion, this series just took a bit more risks, but unfortunately for them, those risks did not pay off and they weren't rewarded. So congratulations to ABBA for qualifying, and hopefully we see more of SRD soon.
I want to see more of SRD, definitely, because, again, they're incredibly talented players. Unfortunately, it really is that, you know, that sickness of just having incredibly aim-heavy players, mechanically gifted players, but the backing of just having a good strategy, right? Knowing the next phase of what you need to level up in terms of pro play. It feels like that's the point that they're lacking on. Not the players themselves, but just the cohesion of the team that we've been just talking about. As Abaddon Abyss shows us such, again, masterful control of space, timing, and rotations. That last round that we saw, Asta ran all the way through showers. Nobody cleared it out. He gets 2 kills, and now even threatens the round. And Vanta Black, as I mentioned, was so low, and Asta had, you know, angle on the spike. He had the HP advantage. He had the time. There was really nothing Vanta Black could do other than just maybe charge him or win that 50-50. Unfortunately, unfortunately for him, he was just not lucky enough to win that.
Yeah, not lucky enough indeed. A checkmate position that he played so strategically, a grandmaster level of tactics applied, and great aim to back it up as well, closing out that match. I think the bigger story for me is how well Abaddon Esports has done this consistently. I mentioned it a couple times before, but when they fell into the lower bracket, they've turned it into their home in a way, and they've never gotten out of it until now, but they've survived through it. They've won every match, every game, and they've really proven that they want the spot. They want to be put into place. And again, Abaddon Esports, especially with Sathom, going to be securing the rounds, going to be the split MVP for this series, and delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Just absolutely amazing performance from Abaddon here, Abaddon Abyss. They keep moving forward. I love it. I want to see more of them. I want to see them against the other top teams that we have here. How does their metal work against those teams that are just better on strategies? Have they evolved? Can they keep evolving? So many questions, but you know what? This is what I wanted to see. We are going to be seeing Exotic come back once again. We're going to be seeing Vanta. I think this is the first time Vanta Black is joining VCT in the main stage, right? In the group stage. So with all of that, great storylines forming. Congratulations again to Abaddon Abyss. Unfortunately for the Sanguine Rebels, this is going to be their final stop. Unfortunately for them. If they had like another lower bracket, they could have maybe faced somebody from Athens Apollo or GameLab Alpha. I really would have wanted to see at least, you know, these 4 teams come in if we had more slots as such. But yeah, that's going to be it for now. So with that being said, man, we have one more series to go. And as I mentioned, that is going to be the Athens Apollo versus GameLab Alpha. Oh, all right. Sorry. Excuse me. Anyways, guys, we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, as I mentioned, it's that next series. I don't know what happened there. See you guys in a bit. Oh, sorry. Okay. So it seems like we're still waiting for something again. So don't go yet. We're still talking. But other than that, Fluffy, what else was your favorite moment of this particular series?
I think that was my favorite moment, honestly. The moment that just happened right now. But looking back to the game, I feel like for me, I think the round on the B side when they finally adjusted on the defense to really stop the aggression and play that double controller a bit better, going for more stall that gave them more breathing room. I think that's what really changed the pace for ABBA to really secure more rounds. But more than that, just the teamwork that they've shown has really shown how much this gauntlet has really tested a lot of teams. And if you guys want to check out even more teams that will basically secure the final slot for our group stages, you can check us out right after the break.
We are back here, ladies and gentlemen. One more slots in the open qualifiers. One more slots to the group stage. And of course, VCTPH kicking off yet again this weekend for some amazing action we have seen all throughout. Welcome. I'm Dax, here in Black and Blue yet again. My friend, we are back for another day of some beautiful Valorant here in the Philippine scene. And before we talked about this next match, man, I just can't believe we have 3 slots already filled by this point.
I know, right? We had our 4 original invitations, and we now have our 4 immediately qualified. We saw the other one from a while ago just now, right before this, 2 from yesterday, and our final one right here, right now today. Of course, for the final match of this open qualifier, we got Game Lab Alpha versus Athens Apollo. Lots of A's to go around because that's the grade we're going to be giving out at the end of this series.
Yeah, hey, I see what you did there, good sir. And just a quick little recap, guys. Yesterday, we had Puggers and Sky Encore Esports moving in to the group stage. And just a while ago, Abaddon Abyss, Cebu represent, making sure that they took down Sanguine Rebels Dragons in that lower bracket matchup. But as my co-caster here has mentioned, we are going to be seeing Game Lab Alpha versus Athens Apollo. And we saw Athens Apollo yesterday against Sky Encore. And in all honesty, of the Black and Blue, I think it was a little bit closer rather than what the scoreline says. But in all honesty, Sky Encore looking to be quite a dark horse in the tournament all throughout. Athens Apollo, maybe a bit of redemption now versus Game Lab Alpha.
Well, Game Lab Alpha, we did see them be one of the teams to take down a team like Xeno Esports, having, Dre on that team, Monsta, which is definitely a few more notable names here in the open qualifiers compared to what we are used to with some. You look at that Game Lab Alpha team, this one coming on up, they got PGS as well, formerly of the Sanguine Rebel Dragons that we did just see play a while ago. He left in this month, and he joined the team this month as well, so these maybe if his old team couldn't get past the open qualifiers, maybe he could do it for them, but we're gonna have to see for ourselves in the head-to-head.
Yeah, maybe so, maybe so. But before that, guys, let's not forget, celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe now to Grab Unlimited for only 9 pesos on your first month. And we were talking about it yesterday. Big savings just with Grab Unlimited. Scan QR code now and you can find out for yourself. Dude, I'm going to be hungry after this one, so for sure, I'm going to be using that. But also, guys, we are not just live in English. We're not just live here on Twitch or YouTube. We are also live in Filipino. So check out all our links here for the English broadcasts, which you're tuning on right now. Thank you very much. By the way, it's twitch.tv/Valorant_PH. And on YouTube, it's youtube.com/@ValorantEsportsPH. On the Filipino side, if you want to go see with our mga kababayan there on the other side, facebook.com/ValorantEsportsPH. Also on YouTube, youtube.com/@ValorantEsportsPH. So both streams are on YouTube right now. Facebook for Filipino, Twitch for English. And we're happy to have you guys here. It's always happy to see the other side too. We always, Black and Blue were just like, hey, what are you guys on Facebook doing? What are they trying to say about this?
Yeah, every now and then I drop by there just to see what hijinks they're up to once more. What I heard for, though, is at least on the Filipino side, Ray is going to be casting, so I'm expecting a quite long series here, Dax.
I'm fully expecting it. This is her first series ever. Did she cast yesterday?
I think this is her first, yeah.
Oh no. Well, we're expecting a long series and we need to see the map veto as a result. And there you go, Ascent, the first ban out. To start things off, you got Athens on one side, Game Lab Alpha on the other. And while we're waiting for the picks and bans here, Black and Blue, I kind of just want to talk about Game Lab Alpha a little bit. There's a lot of hype about this team in the community. I think they're a kind of notable figure in multiple games on the PH scene. They've been making waves already all throughout the local PH tournaments, having a few good results here and there. I've seen them in top 8s. I've seen them go the distance in, I think, the more mini lands that we've seen so far. And there you have it. First pick right now. We're going to start things off on Pearl. So any thoughts about that?
I mean, to your earlier point, I can see where a lot of the hype behind this team, right, on Game Lab is. They were able to beat a Josh F backed, not SF, by the way, backed Zol Esports, and that is definitely, an accomplishment in and of itself, especially for a team that seems to be more, having their additions in literally this month. We're not even a month into January, and this is when you get some of their newer players, but we get Pearl and Icebox to start things off. Historically, what would I know about that? Not too much, to be frank. Icebox, at the very least, we've seen them play twice here for Game Lab Alpha, and they were able to win both of the last 2 times we saw them at the very least in this past year. They played 3 times times. The other one I'm not going to count. But they had good performances, so I think for them to open up here with Icebox, rather for them to leave Icebox open and then subsequently, pick it, that's a great idea here for GameLab.
Yeah, well, on the side of Athens Apollo, I'm checking out a few of his stats. I remember we saw Pearl yesterday against Sky Encore. It was one of the closer games they had against that powerhouse team, so no surprise to bring it back. And in all honesty, Icebox has been already 1-2 by Athens Apollo throughout this open qualifier. So all in all, I look at this map draft right now, and I do feel like, especially that we end on Haven, it might be Athens Apollo has a bit more of the advantage moving forward compared to GameLab Alpha. But then again, these are just, I'd say, glimpses of their stats, glimpses of some of the things they've been able to do in the open qualifier. I still feel like, especially given it's an open qualifier, it's such a Wild West now. Anyone can beat anyone in this kind of tournament.
I mean, what we have seen here so far, Dax, is that we've been getting pretty quick series, if anything. Yeah. 2-0s yesterday. Here again today, we started off the day with a 2-0. And I'm looking now at, this map veto. 2-0 is what I could expect to happen if I was going to be predicting a Game Labs Alpha win, because you look at those opening two maps, Icebox and Pearl, they're by far, quite more comfortable on that than Haven might suggest, at least that their stats might suggest as of recent times. Their Haven, only a 25% win rate, 1 out of 4 in their 4 recent matches that they've played on it. Not a good stat to go by, but you flip on over to the other side of things. Yes, maybe for the fact here that Athens Apollo might not have the best win rate on Icebox in comparison, but if they do extend it and maybe get map number 1, extend this into map number 3, they could close it out. And so the question here is, do we get a quick blitz by Game Labs, or do we get a, confided and, convincing win, more importantly, from Athens Apollo after a 3-map series?
Yeah, I'm loving the contrast we have here. Basically, I see for you short term, perhaps Game Lab Alpha make this a quick one. They can just get the 2-0 on, but I was always thinking, immediately see it, overall, this can be Athens Apollo finding the groove. This Pearl has still been quite a successful map for them, even though they did lose out last time around in the upper bracket. And as far as I'm concerned, first 2 maps, it can especially be anyone's game. It's going to be looking very exciting, and I'm fully expecting some wacky antics, honestly, from Athens Apollo, because they're one of the teams that's willing to run that Yoru. And we saw it yesterday. I believe Tomix was the one running it then. He was just trying to be as cheeky as possible, especially extra bit of flashes, extra bit of utility on a duelist like that. Compared to what I see from Game Lab Alpha, it seems like they have a different kind of take on Pearl. They love to run something like the Jet Reina, overpower the opposition, and I think that's why they've had some great success on the map so far in the open qualifier.
Yeah, and we saw that composition as you talked about, right? It's quite curious. I do like the Yoru, but I think I'd want it a bit complemented more with with something a bit different in their composition. They're running this double controller, double initiator, single duelist composition, which, to be fair, I think is a great idea. I just don't think it's a great idea when Yoru's your sole duelist in that case. I think there's a bit more that you can bring. If maybe they had something else, like maybe, who knows, a second duelist to kind of accompany it. You can keep either double controller or double initiator. Depends what they want to do with it, but there were some good ideas, I thought, that just weren't executed too well yesterday in their loss against Sky Encore on Pearl. Still, though, as you said, hijinks abound. That's what I want to expect from this team. We saw some very bright colors possibly to shine yesterday. Wasn't able to reach the full saturation that we might have otherwise wanted to see, but now here in their final chance in the open qualifiers, that could all change against this Game Lab Alpha squad, especially, as you said, map number 1, it's anybody's game, no matter what the stats say.
Well, we'll toss it over now to Agent Select and check out what these guys are running, and to no surprise, it will be Athens Apollo still basically playing what they ran yesterday. I've been keeping an eye out on why they run a specific double initiator, double controller comp. I look at players like Corazon, who have been very supportive in their roles. Sheikah and Toss have been quite interesting. I've been liking how Toss has been able to play some of the flanks, some of the other angles perhaps here for Athens Apollo. And Nash himself, he's had that collegiate experience before. I believe he was part of the MSU roster, so it's a non-Metro Manila team. So it really goes to show there's a lot of talent all throughout the Philippine nation here for Athens Apollo. But let's look at Game Labs Alpha, and I brought it up a while ago. Jet Reina is the way. This is just the overpower composition. It's pretty pubby if you look at it, right?
Yeah. like straight up. I mean, you don't even have like a true sentinel in this case on their side. The Sage to clog up all the other holes that they might have to otherwise worry about. So they're gonna be a bit more active and keeping that in the back of their minds to check their flanks and make sure the wall is still up. You got the double controller on the opposing end, and as I was saying, you know, maybe having a second duelist to capitalize on all that chaos, on the kerfuffle happening with the Yoru's trying to make some noise, with the breach stun coming on in, with everything happening, having that second duelist to capitalize off of the mess that the Yoru's trying to make, that's a really important factor in why a Yoru can be effective. But still, I do like that they're trying this double controller, double initiator, single duelist comp. I think for sometimes it's my preferred way of playing some of these new maps, especially a map like Lotus. But on Pearl, one that teams that already know what to expect, sometimes bring it down to the basics is what is effective, and that's part of the reason why I think Game Labs Alpha could take map number 1.
Dude, it's a mindset thing. I love the mindset right now we have here. One, crafted, meticulous, and perhaps very, very shifty on how they're gonna move around the map. Maybe the concern though, no plan B. Yoru's dead. Who's gonna play the entry on the other side? Let's just go. Let's just get them.
Let's go.
Game them Alpha. Let's like, you want to throw the leer? You want to throw the dash? Let's kill them. Oh, Sage, can I have a heal real quick? But, of course, it is just a lot of some passing thoughts we have here as we
Comic
get
books.
into the game. Comic books around, well, someone's story is going to be written today. And will it be Game Labs Alpha or Athens Apollo who moves on to our final slots of the group stage? Think about it, man. This one series is going to define if you're going to be playing over the next few weeks here in VCT.
I don't know, I only like books with pictures. In this case, the only picture to be set is who's going to join that final slot. As you said, Dax, opening A main push. Look at this. 4 players committed to do that. 1 pulls on back, but they've taken control and at least information that A site isn't where Athens are going to go. They're going for that mid control. They can completely surpass and just circumvent them and go straight to the A site. Little do they know.
Oh, there's someone prepared, and it will be Shika, though, unfortunately falling down to the hands of Drick. So many players. Too many guns pointed at you. And Athens Apollo will take advantage of that and go towards that A site. I do love the fact, though, Game Labs Alpha, they put that wall towards even the middle area there just to help out the mid push if need be. But there you go. Plants down. Already the backside. Smart calls here so far from Athens Apollo.
Well, they're double backing now. Look at this. The Viper here that's tossed, waiting to try and find his way through this. But Drick, great catch on that. Now there's nothing to worry about on the flank. He finds the third on the follow-up and the fourth as well. The Battle Sage coming in true. And Game Labs, what a defensive retake of a round. They gamble on that A main push. It works out in the end.
Yeah, the offensive defense, no surprise there. And Game Labs Alpha, in all honesty, the player who gets most of the kills has to be one of the most important right now. If you want that Sage to get that res early on, well, Dritch, he has your back and more. 4 takedowns for the Sage, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this more often from Game Labs Alpha. This needs to be some quicker executes here from Athens Apollo if they want to take advantage.
Well, let's see what they can do with that advantage now, Dax. Game Labs on the defensive side. That's good. Map that has kind of been touted as a bit more attacker-sided due to the length of rotations between either site. This now at least gives them a bit of a better chance of closing out in the second half, especially early on. Boogie shuts down Tomix on that entry, but you asked it. When the Yoru goes down, who follows up? In this case, it's Corazon on that breach. Follows on the flank! A quick double goes his way. And now they have control back of B-Link. They've split up the offense here.
Sure, they follow up, but who's leading this dance? It's just that Reyna coming in to rain on their parades, and Athens Apollo 2 left trying to vie for mid. They dropped the spike, and now it seems like they're unfortunately gonna drop the ball on this one. They didn't really have the buys anyway. Game Labs Alpha, surprised though, as Todd is still there towards Arts. Chase will chase him down and take him down. 2-0 now for Game Labs Alpha, and I do believe they're just juggling a few guns. They have a rifle already in hand for the Sage, but this is where it starts. Athens Apollo, can they find that small little reprieve here, Black and Blue? They need to find a small bit of timing to set on up, because Game Labs Alpha, they're trying to disrespect this as much as possible because they know that's the way they win.
Well, at some point, you're going to have to find Alpha here. Try and find a reason to be respected of when it comes to, rather, Apollo here, to be respected, because if they just let themselves go awry, the same way Sky Encore was able to do to them yesterday, Is it going to work out too well? This is going around for them, and Tomix, he gets a great opening entry. Okay, shuts down that Marshall. It pulls the rotation of the defense all the way towards the B side. You can see Owen here trying to rat his way into a spicy spot. Hides just barely in this smoke. This is calculated. He knows that this wall will give him this piece of cover. He can peek. He won't land the first, but he follows up with a second. Tomix quick on the trade.
Cheeky stop, but it's gonna be Atlas Apollo now in trouble as Game Labs Alpha is in position on the backside and chasing Fall X. They just get the takedowns they need anyway, and bonus one immediately here by Game Labs Alpha. We're just looking at an overpowering squad right now here, my friend. They're gonna be looking to shoot these guns as much as possible, find those timings, and we'll take them down where they stand.
Well, gets his one. The job is done at the very least there. Still, damage done quite a bit. And what a round here coming in from the defense. That's 3 straight in a row. Game Labs, a shutdown here of Athens Apollo's attack. And that's a probability of a risky run with this composition. It's all or nothing sometimes. And ended up with the latter.
Dude, Owen was just a human recon dart though. That was a big one. The fact that he got so much intel, figuring out where Tomix was really going. And speaking of Tomix, a good shutdown there on Drick to take him down. It was, of course, though, the stage putting the barrier orb, so they can't really go that way. The point is, Game Labs Alpha, now they're coming in close, and Athens Bolo, they need to go for the punish. There you have it now. The whip is cracking, and Boogie, though, fighting back. 3 versus 3 now. The snake right, though, making it perilous. The gravity wall is there, too vulnerable indeed. The Jet needs to disengage, and Game Labs Alpha, they really just want to tighten this news so early on. Athens Apollo, they need to fight out of their spawn directly.
Yeah, so much utility already committed there towards that mid position to try and, wrestle control away early. Now things have come to a reset point. Trying to look where they can reaggress. It seems to be the A side for the meantime. Still got the adequate amount of smokes, stars to block sight lines on this A site, isolating that solo fade here from Game Labs. And if you're able to do that, maybe find a pick off, bring it to a 3v2. Certainly a winnable eco state still. One away from the ult as well, Tomix. He can gamble here to take that ult, but instead they want to go directly into the side chase. He's now supported by Boogie.
Right up spot at the gate crash though going his way, but he doesn't care. Shika instead, the first target. Law chase, go! Drops down from dugout, and there you have it now. Game Labs Alpha, 4-0, bar none. They're looking strong here.
Yeah, great round once more from Game Labs. A bit dicey there towards the mid window, but ultimately it pays off. So no problems, no questions asked. We're going to a 5th round. One that, if you're Apollo right now, you really want to start getting some lift off ground, because you can't let a defensive side streak you on this in the opening half on Pearl. Nah. That's not a good sign. So if you're Athens Apollo right now, someone's got to answer back, and it's got to be them.
Yeah, this is such a strong arm here from Game Lab Alpha. Athens Apollo still, there is meticulousness we see from them, but Drix doesn't care. Immediately toss falls to start things off. Big control completely in favor of Game Labs Alpha. In the same case for A main, this is just their absolute territory right now. Boogie gonna get on the board. It's gonna be Athens Apollo yet again falling down, and Game Labs Alpha, well, they are truly looking to be the beginning and trying to be the ending of this map as they go on a 5-round tear.
Wow. A streak here, unmatched, unanswered from the rivals in Apollo. So far in this map, look at that. Basic stacks. That's really what they're bringing to this. Keeping things simple so you have less to worry about. It's kind of like, you know how sometimes you have that Sage top frag, and why? Because that Sage, he's got nothing to worry about but wall, throw some sorbs, give a heal, and shoot when he can scoot. In this case, this Game Lab squad, that's all they have to worry about. Yes, Athens Apollo, they got many options. They lose an initiator, they have another. They lose a controller, they still have another. But sometimes keeping your options limited helps keep you focused. And Game Labs, well, that keeps them in bay.
Look, I think the Battle Sage is just a bit of an unappreciated minority by this point. You don't see it too often, but when you have it, it's kind of interesting that he's just ready to fight. He's ready there to heal. He's ready there to stall, but at the same time, it's just willing to peek it anyway. And we have this right now from Game Labs Alpha, not just on the individual basis of Drick, but just the fact that Boogie is there to help out, the fact that Fall X is ready to fight with him. It's a full commit, and you want that 100-0 approach right now from Game Labs Alpha, because this composition is only rewarded if you go full ham with it.
Yeah, you need them to make sure that, hey, there's no second guessing any of their choices. There's no half doing any of their options. Has to be some of that commitment too, but it's easier said than done, especially when Athens Apollo has been putting up, rather, Game Labs has been putting up a big wall in front of them. Look at this deep push here from Game Labs. Certainly a risk that I'm not too sure is always worth, but in this case it might just pan out, especially against this anti-eco. Let's see now how exactly it does pan out for them. They can catch Toss out here lurking towards top mid. I think they've gotten the information. They pinged it.
They saw him.
They should know.
Toss has always been on duty for this, but they're like, which one of you wants to go first? Do we actually go this way? Spike now planted and they retreat instead. Cosmic Divide now. They cut off a bit of the approach here, Black and Blue. They do want to play towards that holes at the back. Make it close quarters as much as possible.
Well, he heard them. He gave that information out to rotate, and you can see that the rest of the Athens Apollo post plant is focused towards trying to repel this B long push here. The attackers have been the defenders, and it's been flipped on over. Toss and Tomics, they find 2 big picks. That's huge. And Nash rounds the corner to find a third. Here he goes. Yes, he does. Drix and Chase fall down, and Athens Apollo have made their first ground contact here on round 6.
They finally build the first step moving forward, and it's just well crafted there all throughout by Athens Apollo. If you're running Stingers and the Sheriffs, you want to make it as CQC as possible. And just because of that, they knew single angle, these guys are going to come in single file, and look at them get mowed down by Nash on the side. A crossfire with the picked up rifle. Everyone who crosses his way is just absolutely dead. And that's where Athens Apollo really look strong, when they have such a meticulous output, when they're all grouped up in a way that allows them to defend a single area together. And I feel like later on they might be doing better on the defense, but here on the attacking side, Tomics, he's had flashes of brilliance here on the first frags, gets it down versus the Sage of Drick, and at least that's one threat down on the defense.
Okay, Athens Apollo on an upward trend here, Dax. Ever since their timeout, it's only their second round potentially that they could win, but starting off with a pick like that, especially against the Sage who has a res in the round, that could be big. It could start to swing things back their way momentum-wise. You see Game Labs now just spreading on out, making sure all bases are covered. You got 4 lanes that they could possibly come from. Keep all checked, but now they've confirmed their suspicions on where one could be, and it's going to be towards that B site.
A good call, Dimensional Drift against the Operator. Bladestorm out and about. Desperation here in back halls, but the fake out will make it out. And Tomics, surprise, surprise, on the other side to get that takedown. Athens Apollo yet again now making towards B. They plant towards the back yet again. Get some good sightlines if ever. The Viper Wall though will be in the way, and Cheese tries to play up from heaven, but there's just nothing to see whatsoever. Double control, hello. The colors of purple or green just absolutely in the way. Fallix though, seeing the disengage. Tomics will go down first and foremost. Corazon overstepping perhaps. He does get the trade before he falls, and as it stands, it's Athens Apollo now getting another one.
Wow. Great rounds once more from Athens Apollo. Very decisive, and you see how he outplayed that in the haze of the concuss. There's no real way that he knew that that was a fake out in that case here. And Boogie just got caught out. Seems like the Baba Yaga was his opponent instead. He gets caught out thinking it was the right opponent, but no, you're wrong. Great timeout and great round strung here from Athens Apollo. Still, a gun round for them to buy Game Labs, but if they lose this round, they're going to be put in a difficult economic state.
Yeah, different folklore, same old story. And Tomics, well, he's been quite interesting in the community. I've seen his name round and round, actually. So, him on the Yoru, pretty crafty so far. Athens Apollo, they're going to need a few more moments like that if they do want to make this successful. But just because they got 2 rounds here already, Nico, it does feel like that Game Live Alpha, they have to change it up, play a bit more the defaults, look to keep an eye out on different angles, and, well, that might actually help out Athens Apollo in the long run, because now they can play a bit more standard the way they want to.
Well, this certainly isn't super standard. The position being held here by Chase, quite committed. He's got a Bulldog in his hands, maybe find one before bailing on that. That's going to gather the information that you're suspecting of. Towards this A side, here comes on out the execute, the stuns, the fake out as well. He shoots it, and he's completely blind from it too. But Fallix, perfect trade. He finds a second, and the third dips back, dismisses out to safety. He's lost all that he could devour, but He's eaten quite a lot
30
already.
seconds left.
4v2. And Athens Apollo in a difficult spot.
Yeah, some good old home cooking, and there you have it. Bring back to life Chase. Everyone standing for Game Labs Alpha yet again. It's pretty standard here for Athens Apollo. Go for the 4 execute, put toss on the lurk, and it gives them a chance to haul their butts towards the B side, but
10
Owen is
seconds
just
left.
aware anyway. Toss goes down, it's all up to Corazon. But can he do it in a 1v5 situation? From above, down below, there is just no escape whatsoever from Owen. It's Game Labs Alpha can just rely on these frags to go their way. Fallex, impeccable on the shots from Arts, just peeking alongside the Fade, and from that point on, it's their defense to stand.
Well, great response, especially knowing that this would have been an eco here for Game Lab if they lost it. But Fall X coming in big. And Owen, he wins that too easy. Toss, I guess maybe forgetting his fundamentals of holding an angle. The closer you are, the more exposed you are as well. The further you are, the better. In this case, could have held maybe a shallower angle and maybe found the pick that he was looking for to try and get them something going. But in this case, let bygones be bygones. This bug has been squashed. Game Labs, they've got that round that they needed, and they've already gotten at least the equalized half in 8 rounds.
Yeah, I love that bait and switch though. If you put Chase on such a committed position, everyone's gonna be looking at him rather than the Art side, and this allows Fallex to go for the 1-2-3. And speaking of the man himself, back into the back line he comes, and Game Labs Alpha, this might be a cheeky way to catch out the rotation here. You got Chica trying to play towards the middle, but Nash will be perhaps that first victim moving into shops already. There's the takedown, but Tomix at least aware, ready for the refrag. And Athens Apollo, as they move towards that A side, they're going to need to cut off some of these rotations from Game Labs Alpha side.
Well, it's a 4v4. This benefits the attacking side now that the defense is split on up. Oh, Sheikah, he has a great lurk. He could potentially catch out Boogie, but I think Boogie has some idea, some notion. Still not ready for it, though. Great lurk here by Sheikah. And they're allowed to do that because they have a double controller. So even if they lose Sheikah, they still have the Viper option to try for this execute. Tomix, he does find the opening pick, though, here, and the counter return. And now this gives him even more so. 6-2. This scoreline could be equalized.
Yeah, good chance here for Athens Apollo to get one back up. 4v2 scenario as they retreat towards main. Chase, though, trying to find an extra angle. He does have the Nightfall if ever. The flashpoint is there, and Corazon will get the takedowns. All up to Drick now. Goes at the slower, but he knows this is quite a desperate scenario. The stars are aligned here for Athens Apollo. Taps it, and well, he gets tapped down by Toss instead with the operator. Another one for the attacking side, and I'm really loving the fact that they're just so active around the map. They still feel like, okay, we can play towards mid. We can even still play towards B despite the rotation, and those are the instances that help Athens Apollo out.
You know, what's been quite effective so far is when they do have some of these lurks, especially in that round there we saw coming from Sheikah. The fact that there is no Sentinel, no true Sentinel at the very least here on Athens Apollo, no traps, rather on Game Labs, no traps for them on the defensive side, allows Athens to try and go sliver between the lines, especially knowing that they have a second option in case they lose whoever lurks. They lose that controller, as I said, you got another one, Initiator, same case. It's only Tomix really out here in the dry. But he's always got support with him, so you're never going to really see him be too far away. And Tomix, he runs into the triple push. Owen finds a triple of his own, and they all just fall down one by one.
Yeah, it's a scrap here towards A main, and in the end, Game Labs Alpha, who comes out ahead. Already, Tomix is anticipating a single target, but maybe 3? Too much to handle, and, well, for GLAB, it's already cooking up a different plan. They back away from the main side. They leave the barrier orb to slow down any attempts here from Athens Apollo. And I do like the fact that Game Labs Alpha, they're not really overcommitting now. They got the pickups that they need. They know that Athens Apollo loves to lurk, loves to play some different angles, and for now, they're just waiting to see what may come their way.
Well, come as they may, it's going to be towards the A site, and this barrier is going to hamper and waste a lot of time. At this point,
left.
it's not going to be out of the question to try and call just to save this round. 3v2, if they get a pick off early, then they could commit. I mean, they still have time, but That's going to be pressed, and we know that late round executes mean that you're not going to be as clean for it. They're going to go for it anyways, though. They do have the operator for the post plant, but that cuts off their own sight lines here now that they've popped the Viper's Pit. There's very little time. They can commit, barely pulling in by the seas, and Chase takes down Nash. At this point, just give it up. Go and try and fight another day. You need the rifle, especially the op, for a difficult round upcoming here, and Game Labs just great intuition always to find the right lanes to push.
An ult for an ult. They were waiting for that Viper's Pit to come. They knew the fact that there was going to be an op in hand after the previous round, and you mentioned it completely. How can you even use that gun in the first place in a scenario like that? And then the Nightfall, the Flicks, he just figures out where the plant was coming, immediately erases any chance for AA to take the round, and well, Game Labs Alpha playing it smart after being such more strong-handed in their approach for the past few rounds. But here we go again, 7-3 scoreline now. It's Athens Apollo making sure that they can just get a bit of mitigation done. The damage on the scoreline. Tomix, yet again, looking to lead the charge and try to find a way in and out, if ever.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that they're planning to commit to this necessarily, looking at how Tomix has placed his, gate trash far back towards the spawn in case they do make contact, find a pick, pull the defense even further committedly so to the A site, and then rotate right back out to B, especially looking at how they've got their Viper right now here, and Nash positioned towards that B site, so this could be a quick rotate if anything does set them off.
Yeah, same case here. So much map to cover. So little targets, if ever. But the Dimensional Drift now going to be the play. Corazon also with the Rolling Thunder, and Tomix looking to take advantage of the opportunity. Trying to find an angle, especially against Drick right now. Moves over onto the waterways, but will disengage. And it's just such a different kind of fake out here, my friend. It will just be the movement towards B site. Already planted towards the back. Wants to get the angles from long, if ever. Game Labs Alpha, their work cut out for them.
Yeah, so it does work on out. They fake that rotate towards the A site, and now the plant on B. Oh, it's a great pick here from Fall X on the flank. He catches him off, and that's going to keep them having to check their flanks down, knowing they don't have a trap either way. When they confirm that Reyna's presence with his Leer, they should know to look forward, but Sheikah, he gets a double! They collat for him! Fall X, he finds another toss where the operator's going to make his post plant even more difficult to try and defuse, and he finds a second follow-up as well. Athens Apollo completely using every piece of Yoru's tool, the gate crash, the fake out, to completely buy a bogus round here against Game Labs.
So like a used Carl salesman right by that point, but I wonder what the thought process for Chase was here. I'm thinking about it right now. Maybe he wants to block the lineups, maybe he wants to be covered, but it's just easy pickings by that point. They realize, okay, these guys are playing far back. They're gonna get that distance, and collateral indeed when you're lined up like that. A bit of a head scratcher, but Game Labs Alpha, they are still in the lead by 3. Operator now from Toss looking to find any targets, but Owen takes an extra step, and that will be enough to get that takedown. Drick, though, he's already been spotted and found out about his wall antics. Makes it 4v4. Chase again. This time the back's on the way towards Secret. He will be playing it careful this time. No one to trade for him. The flash comes. The Cosmic Divide will be there too. The Seas is there for the stall. Athens Apollo making it towards A site here.
No secret that he's there now in the dugout. He gets found in pit, but Owen, he's the one who will be able to find Tomix in this case. Trade-off immediately comes on in. Boogie and Sheikah, they do find one apiece for either side. It's down to the 1v2. Sheikah, we've seen him go big a while ago, but in this case, Fall X just a step ahead. Way too quick in that case. Game Labs, they secure the half, 8-4.
And this is going to be interesting. Now we swap sides. I feel like for Game Labs Alpha, they just need to do the same thing they've been doing all throughout the first half. Just go as a group, go for the execute, and kill them all. In the meantime, as Apollo, this might be where it gets a dicey. Sure, they have the utilities for the stall, but they're going to need to time this right. They're going to need to have the right calls every single time, or they're going to get overpowered and outmuscled from what we've seen so far. Duels have been in favor of Game Labs Alpha. You have 15 for Fall X, you have 10 for Owen, and of course, we saw Drick a while ago have a good start with the pistol. That was always a looming threat. That Resurrection, that Sage being quite cheeky with the walls. So many things Athens Apollo needs to keep tabs on in this second half.
You know, much of this game is like Asteroid. You can't try and outflex him because he's gonna outmuscle you. But you can try and outbrain this game. And that's where things do come on in importantly.
What are you trying to say about Asteroid then?
I love the man. That's all I'm saying. Game Labs.
Well, all his pictures are brawn anyway, so
He's got brains. Where
he's
it
got
counts.
lots of brains.
Yeah.
He's got heart. He's got heart.
Heart, more importantly. Yes.
He just left the broadcast, and we still find a way to roast him in the first weekend.
It's a new year, but old trends still stick.
All
guys.
trends still stick. We know the totem pole, and it is what it is. Anyway, we love Asteroid. We love everyone here. We have such a big talent pool now for VCTPH compared to before, but still bigger aspirations for these two teams. One will move on to the group stage. The other will fall finally at the end of the open qualifiers. Then jump peaks here from Shika to check out what's going on. Games of Alpha though. That's why you want to play a stage on Pearl. Put the ball, make it easy to take that B site. There's the plant already, and as Apollo congregating on the other side. But Fall X, he's getting prepared here. Oh, it's Rick. Beautiful takedown, 2 already here for Games of Alpha. And this should be it. The only one left, Shika, caught between the holes and will be caught by G-Lab now.
Great shutdown here by G-Lab on their post-plant hold. Looking just as capable on their attacking side as their defense was. And that's on a good sign. Not on this map, which has been a bit more skewered on that attacking side, that aggressive side, if anything, offensive side, to be exact. Spreading on out here against an eco. Not always the smartest option, but it's not a bad one. Not by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, well, G-Lab, they still can go for the overpower again, and that's Apollo. Over for mid. Do have at least that double control, so they can be cheeky with some of these angles. Split up the middle, force some of these micro duels, but G-Lab just so prepared. Spectres in hand here for Chase. 2 down. Corazon making at least it possible to find a frag along the way. Low HP now here for AA. If all this happens, G-Lab has decided to take the other half of the squad towards that B-side. Ooh, Chick is here. But that shortly has no chance now against the range of the SMG. And double digits here for the offense.
10-4. It's an okay here coming from Gabe Labs. Athens Apollo, this is their gun round to win, to buy, and to hopefully start equalizing things up, or at least cut this lead down half, 5-10. That could be the case, and who knows, maybe a good staunch hold might work out. He gets a cheeky kill he finds there, but all in all, not too bad value found in that round from Athens Apollo, but this is the one they gotta win. It looks like the Game Labs attack. They look to want to push early on to this A site. It's going to be Tomix making early contact. He's got the Haunt to help him out too, so he knows that there's presence here.
Yeah, but bonus round here for Game Labs Alpha and Athens Apollo. Now their defense truly tested when they're fully kitted. Tomix, I wouldn't be surprised he does this more often. Put that gate crash through the back line, but Fall X already making one fall in his face. Tomix though with a takedown, moving over his flower instead, but Fall X is just ready for everything and anything. The Leer was just absolutely perfect, clearing out so many angles. The Yoru couldn't see anything in the first half, couldn't see anything in the second whatsoever either.
Well, Game Labs once more just overrunning, out-muscling, out-dueling, out-everythinging at this point. I can make words. That's my job. Athens Apollo at this moment, and it seems like they're trying to go for their 11th flight. It's Game Labs to reach an 11th round in this case. Toss is left all alone. Save the rifle bud. This round is done. There's no hope. All chances are gone. Probably find a free kill on a Chase here, but that's about it. Maybe he can get one more if he waits patiently. Exercises his patience. Yeah. Well, it's Chase who gets him out in the end. 11-4. Game Labs, this is looking difficult for the opposing side.
Yeah, I was worried about this. Athens Apollo, plan is sound, but just by default, the defense is going to be spread thin, and it was Alpha. They're willing to commit. We know how strong they are already on the out-muscle. They're so strong when they execute, and Fall X finding 4, falling flat in his face. The rifle advantage is going to be absolutely clear now, and this forces A8 to completely change up their defense. They're gonna have to go for some big gambles here, Black and Blue. I wouldn't be surprised to see either a 3-1-1 setup or a 4-1 setup, basically, to move forward into the game. They need more bodies to fight and to just stop the rampage of Fall X by this point.
Well, Fall X, no stopping his rampage. He's a monster in the city as of the moment. The King of Pearl is completely overrunning anyone who comes his way. Boogie on the flank as well. Could maybe catch out Nash, and that he does. None for you, Steve. No assists, no kills, no nothing. Game Labs, they take match point by force.
I don't know no Steves, but I know Game Labs, and for them, this is just a show of force. 12-4, and a single chance left for Athens Apollo to try and fight that. But what do you even do about these scenarios? Game Labs Alpha, overall, it just seems like they have such a good micro-understanding of the game so far, what they can get away with these entries, how strong they are on aim, and even small things we saw a while ago. I still remember when we had Chase there trying to block things like perhaps the Viper utility or the Astra Stars over at B site, them making the committed positions to just trade up if ever, happy to do so when they have the res. Those are the things that Game of Alpha has in spades right now, and they just punished any single inch that Athens Apollo oversteps on here.
Tomix, yeah, as you said, oversteps his boundaries and almost gets punished for it with his life. Corazon, that's a great shutdown on Fall X. You can see that they wanted that art control to be able to have a bit more of a secure plan. But now Sheikah, he could stifle this as well, playing the alpha angle boosted on top of the pit. Boogeyman, are they going to expect this? Oh, and on the flank, that's huge. Now he opens up art for their control, and Chase follows up as well. That's the flank that they needed to get back into this round. Game Labs 2v2 right now.
You need Atomics to step up there, and he does so at least. Chase now regrouping inside the Viper's pit. A safe haven here on A side, and as Toss now will regroup. Do they find this expectation of the Viper? Now, Dimensional Drift can get some great intel, even ping if anyone's on the inside, but they respect the Yoru ultimate already. Tomix can't find any targets. This Viper Pit's now gonna dissipate, and in open sightlines, they're ready to fight. Owen gonna be going all the way to the other side, perhaps trying to get the flank on, and Chase is just buying time in this firefight. All left now to Toss to try and toss aside the opposition. One goes down, but the other will come from the side. Owen is there to throw out the snake bite, forcing the Viper away. And he doesn't know. He walks away to absolutely nothing, while Game Labs Alpha, they will take everything in this first map. 13-4, and they take a commanding win to get this best of 3 started.
Wow, what a round, what a game. What a map number 1 here from Game Lab Alpha, completely dominating the Alpha Dogs, Alpha Wolves of this map so far. And this is what we're talking about, Dax. Map number 1 and 2. Those are the dangerous ones. When it comes to it, it can go anybody's way. And even if the statistics might say otherwise, this map, well, picked for a reason, it goes their way.
Yeah, well, really just goes to show, when you can keep it simple, you gotta keep it clean. And that was just pretty smooth from Game Lab Alpha all throughout. The hype is real right now and how strong they're looking. And the one to watch out for, let's just be real, Fall X from start to finish, ready to frag out there, my friend.
Yeah, just on that Reyna, completely decimating the opposition. And Athens Apollo, I'm not sure if they're maybe kind of regretting trying to start things off on Pearl, especially knowing that they were quite, well, just difficult, having a big problem versus Sky Esports yesterday, but an even bigger one here today. Even getting close to that scoreline. As he said, Fall X, the king of this map so far, 23 kills to his name, almost a 100-point econ rating, but that's beyond the point. Great job just done all around. I think they're, even though, like, yes, Fall X was spectacular here for Game Labs, I think it was the team as a whole, as you said, Dax, who just had the proper micro understanding of how things went, how things go, and executing.
Yeah, and you don't need those complicated game plans to win. If you just know how to take advantage of these duels to make sure that it's in your favor, and every single pixel, every single feeling of influence or map control that they're giving up, they remember that. They keep tabs on where possibly Athens Apollo is, and you're just rewarded by it. Sure, there are times where Athens Apollo, they're able to use that utility to make a battlefield that comes in their favor. It has happened, and it's some really good hero plays. Perhaps I've seen from Tomix, I've seen from players on the controller role, but beyond that, when you put them in these one-on-one scenarios, you put them, especially with Game Labs Alpha barreling down towards Athens Apollo, you can see the difference in terms of strength right now.
I think that one of the biggest telling things to me as well was the fact that it seemed like Game Labs here, they were always on the right tempo in terms of, you know, kind of telling what exactly was the positions of where the Athens Apollo side would go. Like, would they be trying to lurk towards A? Were they trying to be, you know, having a bigger stack here towards the B site? It didn't matter because Game Labs, they always seem to just have the right intuition, have the right read, and have the right, once more, like tempo of where these guys are going to go and when and which rounds are going to go to as well. So having that intuition, making the right calls, sometimes that's what it comes down to. And for Game Labs, it benefited them heavily in this game.
Yeah, just a level of anticipation that we see here. Some great wisdom from Game Labs so far. They've been brewing up quite the storm in the PH scene, and well, here in VCT, pretty much the same case. And well, we remember how that last round went, and it's Owen who will be delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. He delivered it all right. He even went the other way. He didn't follow the GPS. He's like, I know a shortcut. I know another way to go around this, and that's exactly what he did there at the very end. Owen QT taking the W there for Game Labs Alpha at the end.
QT from Owen. You know, typically when we see our good friend Owen in Valorant, it's for not as great reasons, but in this one, it's because he is the, well, Game Lab Alpha Grab Unlimited winner, deliverer, whatever you want to call it in this case. He was the man. That's what we're gonna say.
So instead of Owen, it's more of an O-win. You don't usually see that to him. Yeah, that's an Owen moment right there. But big congratulations, Game Lab Alpha. We're still not done though. We still have more to come, and it's gonna be a bit dicey in all honesty because we go now into Game Lab Alpha's pick. They're gonna be running Icebox next. And what's a composition that works in Pearl that can also work on Icebox? I think it involves a Sage, a Jet, and a Reyna. I'm not too sure, but maybe I've seen it before.
Probably the same one.
Yeah, you know.
Instead.
Yeah, maybe. Well, it's gonna be familiar territory, and by this point, what else does Athens Apollo have in their bag of tricks? There's gonna be a lot of discussions in the middle of these maps, but for now, we'll take a break to give them that sign. We'll see you guys in just a bit for more VCTPH. Dax and Black and Blue will be on the other side then. Well, pretty game on for Game Lab Alpha as they take a commanding win in the first map. We still got more here in the open qualifiers as we return in this best of 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Final series of the day and the final one in the open qualifier. It's Game Lab Alpha versus Athens Apollo, Dax and Black and Blue with you yet again here on the English side. And well, my friend, I kind of said it at the very start, pretty dominant, and what else is there to say by that point?
Yeah, quite confident in their capabilities so far, especially coming from that map number 1, and just quite convincing of a map number 1 win, of course, especially knowing that it was their opponent's map pick. And now we're going to their own here in Icebox, a map that we look at on the Athens Apollo side. Not the best case to be made. There's been a win in their history, yes, but that's the only map they have in their recorded history, so we don't really know how much of an outlier that is, and knowing that it was also a 13-11. So I'm looking at Icebox now, the map pick here of Game Labs themselves, a map that we have seen them put into great effect, even though, yes, they have a technically lower percentage win rate on this 50. They've played it 4 times. They won it twice, especially against more notable teams, and that I think is a bigger case to be made for them. But we know in the open qualifiers, we can only expect some hijinks and the unexpected. And if we go to map number 3, the question is, will we go to map number 3? I think that's still a possibility.
Yeah, it's still a chance here. Athens Apollo, they're a team that looked to bounce back. They were in the upper bracket for quite long time, for good reason. But something to take note of, one thing that interests me a lot about Game Lab Alpha is they have a big success rate on the attacking side of the map, like Icebox. They do want to go for the overpower many times. They have a good understanding of how they can keep it as simple as possible and as clean as can be in their matchups, especially against Seno Esports and Zol Esports in the lower bracket. So what's one thing to watch out for? But kind of have to ask you right now, we look to the other side. We look at Athens Apollo and beg the question, what can they do now in this matchup? Because I look at the roster, and while Athens Apollo is quite the great team to make it this far in the first place in the open qualifier, I'm noticing there's a bit more of those, I'd say, roles in the squad. There are some more supportive players like Corazon compared to, I'd say, some of the lurks we've seen here from Toss and some of the carry potential that we get from Tomix. But is it gonna be enough against kind of like an army, right? On the other side of Game Labs Alpha, everyone willing to frag it out on the G Lab side from what we've seen from the first map.
I'm not too sure, Dax, because as you talked about, out-muscling the competition is rarely the right answer, right? And sometimes it's not even about, outplaying them necessarily. It's about bring the right tools to the situation. And I felt like with a lot of their ideas, yes, it works, but it works once. And as you say, as you were talking about a while ago in the post game, it would kind of be a point where you'd see Game Labs know after one time. They keep tabs on what has happened, where things have happened, and now they know how to do it once more. And when you don't have as many plays in your book and your composition consists of a solo duelist in Yoru without a sentinel especially, then you're kind of limiting your options, especially if you don't have many plays specifically around that Yoru. If you only have 1 or 2 to play out per site, that only gives you maybe 4 rounds, 5 maybe, if it works again twice. But at what point does it stop becoming effective? We saw that happen a while ago. Now, if they continue that trend here on the Icebox, I don't think it's going to be too well for them, but I'm not expecting the same composition anyways on Icebox, because at least looking at how their history on Iceboxes went, they go with something a bit more traditional.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think it's a matter of expectation, right? And it's not just, expecting these kind of plays with such a interesting lineup, but themselves, the names, like, that one likes to play the lurk, that one's looking for all those supports, that one is trying to make that play for the squad. And it seems like for Game Lab Alpha, you don't get to see this too often in certain matchups unless there's so much familiarity. But when they cross out a name, they know what's gone from the squad compared to perhaps other more well-rounded teams that we see down the line here in VCT. But the point is now gonna be moving over to Icebox, and you mentioned it a while ago, more standard plays here from Athens Apollo, and this is going to be as standard as it gets on a map like this. You run the Sova, you run that Jet and Sage, you're going to be getting the Killjoy this time around for Toss. and you want to make sure those flanks are covered. But G-Lab on the other side, I was expecting the Reyna, and I got the double initiator instead. No Sovas for them. KO and Sky coming into the field.
That is very curious to me. You have two secondary initiators or off initiators, whatever you want to call them, to be your kind of main core information gathering component. Very curious choice. I do like the KO. I do like Sky as well on Icebox individually, but together without a Sova or a Fade or even a Breach for that sort, I'm curious to see how it works. I'm not doubting it. I'm just skeptical, but also intrigued on how they played. If this works, and I do want it to work just because it's off meta, if it works, then even better, so more power to them, because I'd love to see it.
I like it also because there is just that potential for individuality, right? Independence when you play that Sky and that KO. You don't necessarily need to set up for anyone else. But we're getting into the game. G-Lab on the defense, gonna be Athens Paul on the attacking side. And, well, if Game Labs Alpha wins this one, they move on to the group stage. If not, we continue on into the open qualifiers. And right before we start, just looking at the match history, they have been trying to run that KO for quite a while here for Game Labs Alpha, experimenting with things like the Reyna, things like the Sova alongside them. Of course, Sova being the meta, but this is going to be, of course, well, the Sova's back, actually. I have been debated by the Agent Select. We have Sova instead.
Oh.
I blinked a few times. Like, am I reading this right?
That's a lot less nuanced.
Yeah. So, okay, so let's reel it back. Sova for Intel. KO is the cheeky pick. I like it though because it kind of can counteract any kind of setups towards the site, suppress the stall agents if they're too close that Athens Apollo may have later on. And well, we're gonna play it slow and steady in the first round, so we have time to talk about what we see here.
I mean, it's one of the most common like secondary picks with this composition. Anyways, is like the basic, the kind of like the most common comp you'd see at least.
I can feel the air from you. It's just like, oh my hand. It's like, oh,
yeah.
this guy.
It's like if it wasn't a KO, it'd probably be a Reyna. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Maybe a
yeah.
Raze every now and then.
The interesting part is when you usually run the KO, right, you also are willing to run the no duelist comp, but they're running Jet KO together, so that's something. That's
during the chamber times, of course.
Yeah.
That's really what helped enable that, but obviously that's not the case anymore. Was a few times we actually saw some variation in terms of composition-wise here in Icebox, nudge. But in this case, they get the plant down early. Athens Apollo without much of a hit, except for that. Great opening pick here from Game Labs on the retake. That Molly's burning them down, though. Still, no fuss to be had because Griffy finds a follow-up. Corazon doesn't find anything going his way, but Nash does. This brings it down to the 1v3. Defuse just happens.
Dude, Chase was just a stunt spin the whole time. He was just jumping around 410. It's like, okay, cool. I'm gonna go here, parkour. But in all honesty, that round was over as soon as Athens Apollo gave up so much of the site and G-Lab was there waiting. They put up their own wall, they put up their own Viper setup, and what can you even do by that point? Absolutely nothing. A good start here for Game Labs Alpha, and I feel like that KO, it's gonna be something pretty interesting down the line. Some big suppresses can give Game Labs Alpha the confidence, I'd say, to just push in and go ham.
Ham. I like ham.
You want bacon too?
With the bacon,
Yep.
waffles, and chicken.
Dude, I saw your breakfast. It was fancy taho. You put it in a wine glass or something.
No,
Why?
I got that off of Facebook.
Oh.
I'm not a brekkie person.
No,
Not
no,
unless
I feel
it's all
deflated.
night.
Ah, yes. when brekkie comes at 5 a.m., it's not a matter of how do you wake up this early.
Yeah,
It's a
it's
matter
how you
of how
stay
are you
up.
still up.
That's the only brekkie I know. One right before bed. Anywho, well, I mean, there's not too much nuance from this round. Maybe you can watch out for that cheeky boost up on the Sage wall instead. Chase gets a catch off here onto the A main, but for the most part, Athens Apollo, even though they lost a pick, I think they're still probably have a good chance of winning this.
Fight.
Game Labs, yeah.
Look at this. Polex wants to go in. Punished by Atomics. Besides that, though, the Sheriffs do ring through with the shots. Strict keeping an eye out at the tail end. And, well, for G-Lab, this should be job done. And there you go. Owen with the flank and the takedown. So, 2-0 now. Some decent damage done, though, by Athens Apollo, all things considered. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the spike down. But beyond that, they're gonna have the rifles. It's very advantageous to have it on a map like Icebox. And G-Lab, wouldn't be surprised. It seems like they're going to go for a bigger commitment towards this A site, getting ready for the upcoming push.
Be a very, very important thing to once more not lose, hopefully, on their gun round versus a bonus. We saw that happen to Athens a while ago. And, well, the Greeks won't stand for it, not in this case. Fall X, look at how deep he pushes with the Marshall. Just such pure confidence. He gets a tag as well. Is punched by Tomix, but I like the risk that they run, knowing that they're on the bonus.
Yeah, it's a bonus anyway, and they've won 2 bonus rounds before in the previous map, so there is precedent for it to play aggressive and still try to go for the shots. And speaking of, Owen lines it up, gets the takedown. Nash barely avoiding the headshot there, and in this case now, at least Athens Apollo can rotate accordingly towards that B side. Simple frags right now. Boogie coming in towards the middle. There you go with the dart to get some good intel towards that B side. AA now moving to try and get the cross on. Standard wall puts it on the left because of the fragments. Bit of damage, sure, towards the barrier orb, but beyond that, G-Lab, how do they even try and get a few more picks now?
Well, G-Lab here still do have a 3v4. Not sure if they've retrieved the rifle, but if they did, then even better, more power to them. Wall on up, broken out immediately. Tomix on the swing, should win this handily. Almost gets taken down for it. Corzon follows up as well. Now it's Grit who's left all alone. Difficult for him as a spike is mollied. He's trying to catch one. He's looking up and down, back and forth, left and right. Ultimately, it's the shocks that does electrocute him in the end. 2-1. And Athens Apollo finally get around on the board.
Yeah, pretty apt. Come on, God of Archery, and there you have it. The shots do come from Nash by the tail end. So Athens Apollo getting on the board. You have to realize though that Game Labs Alpha, these guys will try to take a lot of the map yet again with their activity, and something that I'd say a few teams do forget about on a map like Icebox is that mid. Maybe G-Lab can take advantage of that. Maybe they can use that to try and get those flanks early on. AA do still have at least the Killjoy. Try and cover that if need be, but Game Labs Alpha, they want to go for just the frontal assault, immediately green contested.
Wow, he's trying to push so far forward. No real fear in the heart of Mr. Fall X. Instead, it makes Athens Apollo fall back towards the A side where Owen is the sole defender. He has a Spectre as well. Luckily, he's able to hide from that recon and allows him to try and rat play his way into maybe a more favorable position.
And now Owen's just on the inside. Here we go again. Tried to garner that intel, find the frag along the way. But Tomix does not stand for it. Corazon now able to get the plant down, puts it towards the ropes there if ever. Wildburst is going to be there too. I do believe I've seen some nano swarms tossed over, and the Hunter's Fury for extra cover. Athens Apollo, plan is to go for the stall, but G-Lab, they want to bring the fight towards Athens right now. This is G-Lab, they come in through the maze, decide to get through that labyrinth. No Minotaurs here, instead it will be the songs of Fall X and Drick to get the takedown, but time running out now. Toss moving over to the belt yet again. He's the only one here to try and get this lineup, but halfway done for Fall X, and the rest of Athens Apollo will fall suits. It's 3-1 now as Game Labs Alpha will take another round.
What a round for them to win as well. Even though that rat play here didn't work out for Owen, it still gained them adequate positions to try and, slither their way back in on this retake. Fall X, I like this push coming in on that B main. He confirmed that suspicion, he buys enough time, and on the retake, just everybody always making sure they're marking their angles. No stones left unchecked. That's why they come up with the round.
Get out of my way!
It just seems like the bridges Athens Apollo trying to build here not working out in their favor. Look to play the distance, but all they get is the close quarters. Garage now contested by the Hunter's Fury. Nash able to leap away from it at the very least. A little too low from that regard. Beyond that, Athens Apollo, they still need to deal with the added impact of that early barrier orb. It's not just a stall. It's the fact that these guys can be playing by green, by yellow if ever. G-Lab has back on the way, and Tomix looking for another target now.
I couldn't blame him, especially in this case. They're trying to get themselves going back into the map, especially when they know early struggles can lead to later woes in the map as well. Trying to burn more time here on the Game Lab defense. Stalling, keeping them aware, making sure utility is drained before they actually go for it. Slow orb here, thrown out by Game Labs. It's buying even more time still. This keeps Athens Apollo guessing. Do we commit to this?
Finally, though, Owen falls, and while Game Labs has been stalling to try and spread out the offense, make them watch out for A, watch out for mid. Eventually, the rotate is there, and Tomic still trying to keep a presence and keep some members here of G-Lab preoccupied. Folex, he does not fall for it. Toss is the one to first fall. Does he expect the rest? The dart is there, and he's not going to be hiding onwards at backside. Screen's now contested, and Shika is ready for the flash thrown by Chase. It will be now a 3v2 scenario. Time's running out, but they do make it in time here for AA. Boogie finds Shika up top, and another one here. It will be the Boogeyman coming your way as Tomic now gets the blades going. Drake versus Tomic, a beautiful tag, sure, but an even better knife to the heart or to the head. Tomic clutches it out for AA, and Athens Apollo gets another one.
Wow, that looked so dire for Athens Apollo near the end of it, but Tomix just comes in big. He starts off the round with a pick going their way there towards that B site during the latter stages of it, and closes out with 2 picks of his own going towards the A site as well. Fallex, after this pick, I thought things were looking pretty dangerous already for the side of Athens Apollo, right? You knew that they were low on time. You knew that the defense was going to rotate on in, but Tomix with his blades just chops him up. Salad for the round. 2-3. They're well on their way to probably equalizing this thing up. Ooh.
Aw, man. I love the Stinger as much as every guy, but it just doesn't go through walls like that. And Game Alpha now on the lesser buy. That was just heroics there from Tomix. I mentioned it before. He might be the one to watch out for here. For Athens Apollo, it'll be the same case now, but an early Viper Spit. We're moving the choices here for Athens Apollo as they have to play towards mid instead. The Poison Cloud, a must. Just to try and go for the cross towards kitchen, if ever. Close quarters for Boogie. Shika though, whoa, finds the headshot. Just able to stand the storm of bullets from the Stinger. The Blade Storm though is ready. Speaking of, towards kitchen, here comes Owen now trying to line up the shots. There's a lot of attention towards the high ground. The Dart gets some good intel too. And Game Labs Alpha, they're stuck on the other side here of B. It will be orange instead for Athens Apollo. Fallex though trying to prove his worth with the blades, and it's 2 already going down to the ground. Shika so low, it's 2v3, and Athens Apollo stuck smack dab in the middle. Shika and Nash still fight on back. All left now, the Drake on the high ground. Can he do it for the squad? A possibility with the lineup. There you go with the shot instead, and Game Labs Alpha, the formula of success to win out the round.
Wow, back and forth still, and even with a lower economic state, Game Labs Alpha completely overrunning this Athens squad in just such entirely just exhilarating ways. You never expected to be the case. So when you look at their buy, it comes out that way anyway. Shika here opening up things for Athens, yes, on that mid push under the tube. And Fallex, he's just so deadly when he's got the blades. He saw Trix do it a while ago in that round right prior. He's like, hey, I can do a bit more of that.
You may get the one this time, but I'll get the other. And Game Labs Alpha proving that they can make it happen there at the end. I was talking about it so much coming into this series. These guys, they're all cracked. They're all ready to hit those shots. And case in point, a team effort. Sure, Fallex, the Blade Storm, was the burst they needed to get back into it. But Drake, he knew he got that intel. He knew he got those shots. He knew the others were just tagged down. And yet again, the small advantages Game Labs Alpha figures out, realizes along the way, they make it work.
Well, it's really what's been the biggest point for them, right? Just always recognizing their conditions to win. What's the most effective thing we could do right now? What I could do right now individually as players. That's what they do exactly. KO here. You already see some small spades of its effectivity. Time and time on over once again. Rich spamming on through. That should alert them towards a possible kitchen push, especially towards orange now that Owen knows and hears it. He's caught himself on out here a pick, or at least some damage done, but you know where he is too as well. Sheikah, great catch on the boogie. That's exactly what they need to get started in this round.
Yeah, and Athens Apollo now trying to thread familiar territory. Nash avoiding a shot of Dritch, and well, it's enough for them to have the advantage so far. But let's not forget, those are rifles on the other side. The pulses of the null command also being the warning signs here. And Sheikah, he can't fight against Fall X. Owen getting 3 of his own along the way. And speaking of 3s, it's a 3-round gap now.
Well, Game Labs, good shutdown on that aggressive push from Athens. I mean, they had to try something, right? You're in the eco, try and change up the pace, give him something different, keep him guessing. In that case, you know, maybe if they got Owen down, they could have made something happen here, but just him keeping alive, knowing, once again, what's a win condition here. I stay alive towards yellow. These guys are trapped basically in orange. They can't push on out. That's exactly what happened, so... Now an A site execute, possibly looking to start things off. Recon for the close in case there's any pushes. It's cleared. Now they got the drone for the back site. We're in triple stack here. It's already being pressured upon the Game Labs.
Yeah, it's a perfect read. They even take such a deep push towards mid here. In Game Labs Alpha. So they're trying to make the flank happen, but of course Athens Apollo prepared for it. Sheikah. Oh no way. Okay, now you get to watch him walk and dive. There you go. Sheikah will get that takedown. Lockdown now will be the play as well. Folex though, fending off the competition. They still need to respect, get them back on the way. And with this kind of space, they do try and buy that time. Here we go again. Forces out the movement, but this allows the rotation for Athens Apollo. Sheikah, yet again, trying to take advantage of all the chaos to move towards kitchen. And perhaps another opportune moment here for Athens Apollo so far.
It's a great rotation here. Didn't even realize as well there. Oh, and he never saw him look towards that B long side. And Sheikah finds another. His lurk here towards mid has been so incredibly important. He gave that information as well of the possibility to rotate towards B because of his pick. And toss comes in as well. This is what they have to do. Keep the defense guessing. Keep Game Labs on their toes. This lurk, so incredibly influential by both, well, really lurkers at this point. And Boogie finds the third, but ultimately that post plant was too difficult for him to win. No real chance. 1v3, and that is it. 5-3 now on the board, and they've got some ultimates to use in this round, Athens Apollo.
Yeah, I just love the stacks and stuff. Stacks of tactics there in that last round in a way. The fact that they had that mid open, the fact that they showed so much presence towards the A side, almost Alpha, they were prepared for a standard A take, for a quick one, and to make it so easy for them. But just the fact that they had that lurk there towards Garage, it was so influential, and he gets away with it again. You know, not just once but twice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Well, gotta rethink the round. We've seen it happen before against the Game Labs Alpha. Will it happen yet again? Hasn't been the trend so far, and you can see the G-Lab changes up where they play aggressive. Towards Ness, towards A site. Sheikah, though, prepared yet again to try and defend against this aggression. Folex, though, peeks first, gets the first takedown, gets the second one. It's all you now. Owen on the other side, it's just a bullet sandwich by this point. They spot out the spike even and keep an eye on Folex because he's ready to play the long-range game. From the opposite side, what else can Corazon do? Just die to the hand of Folex. A quad for the Jets, and he's ready with the blades for the next one.
Man, this is what I love about seeing, you know, the open qualifiers now, especially coming into year 3, where you see players who were never maybe super into other FPSs in terms of competing. They get this chance to show off their talent, especially in the open qualifiers, because these are some relatively unknown names that we've never seen before in the VCT, especially in the past 2 years. And now we see that come to shine. And Folex, he's really setting himself apart from a lot of the competition to be one of those players to look out for, potentially, if they make it to the top 8.
Of course, we want to see these names. We saw, of course, Huggers yesterday. Take that dub. We were getting Abaddon Abyss. Really just another part of the Philippines represented. Let's not forget familiar faces over onto the upper bracket, the team that dropped Athens Apollo down, if I remember correctly, Sky Encore Esports. With only one last slot, it's time to see some new faces in R8. Well, Toss and Owen, they might face off here. They're so close to each other. They can pretty much smell it in the air. And speaking of close, G-Lab also closing in towards that green side. Both sides of the green container completely held by G-Lab. Volex, Blaze are at the ready, coming in with the tailwind prepared.
Oh.
So smooth, so sexy there with the shots, and they're still here. They're still waiting for each other. Finally, the Viper Spit falls. They spot now Toss, and hey, at least Toss won the battle, while G-Lab wins the war of the round.
Well, also coin to your Killjoy. Oh, Nest.
Oh, Valley of Nesty.
Of Nesty.
Yeah, well,
Oh, whoa.
you got the one.
Yeah.
I was honestly more excited to see this 1v1 over what happened on the other side. But hey, Volex just very consistent right now. The main duelist player here for G-Lab. The big reason why in a squad of fraggers is he's just that impactful that quickly. You also have the res, the Hottest Fury available here for G-Lab. Same case for Atlas Apollo. And we go back to our regularly scheduled execute towards A side.
As always, as typical, as classic, they still do have Sheikah lurking towards that garage, as we saw a while ago, to potentially open up an avenue for them to try and rotate off. Hunter's Fury early on in the round doesn't connect on much, keeps him at bay for the meantime. Dashes back out here, Volex, from that committed corner. Tries to re-aggress on. He knows Pipes is occupied, and well, bringing lots of utility in this opening bout on both sides, really, more importantly on the defense.
Ooh.
And now if Sheikah can find this, he doesn't. That would have given them a better chance of having a B-side take. Now they're still looking to commit to attacks, but now it's going to be a lot more difficult.
Now found a bullet with his name on it, and look who's still ready for more. Boogie's prepared. Corazon now with the resurrection, but overstepping perhaps. Not realizing the main force of Atlas Apollo already here on the opposite end. Spikes now planted the barrier orb as per usual. And G-Lab, lineups this time, not like a while ago at the end. At least trying to find an angle of opportunity. While this happens, the Volex for anyone trying to play it close. Owen does get the takedown onto Toss to begin with. Nash makes the trade happen. And after the follow, they need to keep an eye out for where the spike's at. Drek though with 2 so far, already got halfway. Sheikah does trade back with a double of his own. It's 2v1 now. Chase trying to bait anyone at the peak, hiding behind the barrier orb. But Atlas Apollo, absolutely no fools whatsoever. Wisdom abound. And this is going to be Chase now, forced to try and play it close. Sees a target. Sheikah though will find him instead. And with 3 on the board for the Viper, that's enough to get a 4th here for Athens Apollo.
Last round in the half.
Great job done on the attacking side, finally by Athens Apollo. And you see just how confident they swung from that B-long position to try and find the pickoff. That they did. Okay, yes, he gets the opener. Immediately, Tomex finds that one with a res. And they all are just in the proper post-ban positions, and more importantly, they hit their shots, because sometimes they're doing the right thing, kind of. But then you just see Game Labs out-aim them in some of these peaks, and that's really what's been setting them apart. So if Athens Apollo can regain their confidence in that endeavor, then they might just be in for bringing us to map number 3.
Yeah, it's not just confidence. I feel like it's composure. Just don't overcommit and realize, okay, we can actually win this if they play it smart. We saw a while ago overstepping, especially with utilities out. Well, it did pay a heavy price there. Lockdown though is the call, and Owen, he knows what he can get away with in the lull period before the lockdown. Poison Cloud to cover his retreat. Good pick off to start things off here for G-Lab. And while there's space created here for Athens Apollo, they have to work with the lesser numbers. The Viper Spit to help them out though, to give them cover.
Well, they still do get the spike planted down. The Viper's Pit, we've seen this many times on over, be a liability on the B-side post plant for that attacking side. At some point, you're going to want to drop this when it does come down to it, because this allows potential free yellow control if they can circumvent it. But when it's Tomix who's holding on to it, that's no problem at all. Great hold by him. But now Game Lab still do have the advantage in this case. Sheikah, he's going to get caught out by Boogie, knowing he's going to be playing that Viper's Snakebite. And the follow-up frag doesn't even come to pass too quick. 8-4, and Game Labs on the defense. They take it once again.
Yeah, you called it there. That's the only problem of a pit like that. Yellow will be contested. Yellow will be where all the action is at. And while Tomix did quite a great job to get 2 there along the way, the fact of the matter is the res was online. G-Lab was happy to throw bodies towards that angle. The lesser numbers paying off, or rather hurting Athens Apollo by the tail end. You can see this. If you have enough draft, you can take that high ground. And it just pressures anyone playing towards green instead. Same elevation, same kind of angle. You're going to be able to keep an eye out on anyone trying to play a bit more of the post-plant cheekiness. And as it stands, G-Lab again, looking strong so far. 14 for Folex, 13 for Boogie. And here we go again. Concern still is standing. Athens Apollo, when they're spread out like this, can they actually hold down the line? Tomix, he thought he had support perhaps, but Corazon leaving him there, I believe. And, well, that's one down here, courtesy of G-Lab.
Those moments were like, bro, I thought you were right behind me. What happened? Why you bait? I'm kidding. He's not baiting. He's just uncoordinated, or maybe just weren't on the same page in that one. As of this moment, Game Lab's advantage once again gained early on. They slow down to try and retrieve that spike, also allows a Killjoy to the opposing side for Athens rotate back in to help this defensive endeavor out. Corazon, a classic, not the best weapon to try and contest this with. Wall up just in the nick of time and gets back into cover.
Yeah, it does break though immediately with all of those guns pointed at it. And now as the fragments there, Bogey will use that for a bit of cover to go over and plant that spike down. Athens Apollo though, second floor elevation as G-Lab decides to play towards yellow instead, keeping an eye out on the flank, but the main force is over by orange, over by the site itself, and it's Chica now trying to use the cover to his advantage. Corazon now coming in closer and closer. Drick able to make the trade happen, but Chica's just defusing. He's sticking it so far, but the halfway only is the marker here for Chase. Hop around. Nash gonna get that takedown. Owen though over to the yellow side, making it a 2v1. It's all left now to Nash to try and find his target. 40 HP though, flicks over to the left, but not to the right. The timing there. Unfortunate, honestly, for Nash as that barrier orb shattered in the nick of time. It distracted them, honestly, and just allowed the yellow push to happen.
They were both low as well. Owen was a single shot away from being taken on out, I believe. So, could have been really just either way. It could have gone either way in this case. Game Lab, still, even though we've seen them not really look, I guess, as... how do I say this? As dominant as perhaps in map number 1 might be, even though the scorelines ended pretty much exactly the same on the first half. This time, though, they're still getting the same results. It's coming down to closer rounds, yes, but closing out the round is the important part. So,
yeah,
doesn't matter how you win it, as long as you win it. And that's what Game Labs have been achieving.
And I think I remember seeing this yesterday for Athens Apollo. That mind map against Sky Encore. Yes, it was pretty heavy-handed on the scoreline, but the rounds were closer than you'd expect from a record like that. But this time, this round shouldn't be that close in this regard. Rick already just going for the running gun. Immediately, the plant comes towards that A site. Nash, though, eventually finds the bullets towards Rick. Chase will trade it back. The Game Labs Alpha, well, simplicity is key, and the shots do ring yet again to make it double digits.
Wow, are you telling me that? So you watch games that you don't even cast?
Yes, sir. I'm totally always prepared, and I just didn't ask my one of our co-casters what happened.
Ah, I see. Great job. Great, well done. And as well as exposing yourself here. Timeout called. Expected. Coming into their gun round. There was a point that I saw... well, heard Fluffy talk about yesterday when he was gassing, where sometimes when you call a timeout like this, especially knowing that it's in a very kind of awkward state where both teams know exactly what the opposing side has got. In this case, it's only round number 3 we're coming into of the half. You know one's on the bonus, you know one isn't, you know what ultimates they potentially don't and do have. It kind of gives things away on what you potentially could do. So with Athens Apollo here calling a timeout during this phase when they've got the gun round, you can already expect that they're probably going to be trying something akin to let's chill down. I mean, we're on the attacking side now, or rather the defensive side, on an anti-bonus. They could probably rush us. Let's try and dissuade that from happening instead of trying to anchor down too heavily.
Is this Fluffy the caster talking or Fluffy the coach?
Fluffy the KOL.
Ah, man, of many hats. So where does that put him in the flag radar?
Well, I mean, you know those like circle diagrams. There's content creator, coach, analyst, caster. Yep, he's somewhere in between all that. What else is missing? Cosplayer.
Cosplayer.
That's what he's got as.
Yeah, sure. Let's go. Everything
Let's
and
go.
anything.
Fluffy.
Fluffy, happy to
When?
have you here. Fluffy's there too. Dude, he's tall. He can get away with so many things.
Oh, yeah.
No, you know how tall?
How tall?
5'11".
Oh, the Stallion too,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah, but hey,
He's fine.
actually happening here. Athens
down.
Apollo
Attacker spawn.
deciding to, well, move past their Heliopolis and try and find a bit more of territory to claim. A middle endeavor like that. With 3 people just to get 1 pick. Some good discipline here, and even better, Toss finds Full X, a big target gun. And what is Game Labs Alpha's bonus? Well, Athens Apollo making it as clean as possible. Sure, it's gonna be a bit more, I'd say, expected how these rounds will go after a timeout in such a landmark round, like a 3rd round of a half. But at the same time, you can play cheeky things like that, or just a mental reset. Athens Apollo, composure so far
30
here.
seconds left.
Looking at 4v2.
Game Labs. You can try and keep him guessing. Well, never mind. They could have, but the turret there, rightfully so placed by Athens, alerts them to the presence of the last 2 remaining Game Labs players.
Last
They can
player standing.
somehow find the proper way to dismantle this. They could have gone the round, but nope. That range, way too difficult to try and win it out against the full Vandals. Game Labs give away 1 round. One that I'm sure that they're not too worried about.
Let's just, okay, sure, we beat them.
Last player standing.
We got beaten rather on our bonus, but let's not forget, this series so far, Game Labs Alpha has taken all pistol rounds. And it has given them such strong momentum moving into these halves. Some good showings on the economy overall. And this is one of the, I'd say, rarer instances that Athens Apollo has still a stable economy against G-Lab so far, moving into the 4th. But, of course, the winner here is able to define the macroeconomics of the rest of the half. The Null Commando is the call. Game Labs Alpha as they execute towards B-side.
Spike should get planned down without much of a problem, without much of a hitch. The post plant is what remains to be seen. How will it work out? So Athens Apollo struggle on the same attempt a while ago on the flip side when they were on the attack, and now on the defense. Chica,
Think your own teammates.
that's his own teammates. Yeah. Doesn't recognize, you're the one with the killjoy. Hunter's Fury comes on out, and Toss is able to find one off of the information. Chase as well, following up just a trade for trade on either side, but the flank, more importantly, from Boogie, is what secures Game Labs around, and that was the one
them
missing
try to
core
get-
component piece in the post plant a while ago. That mid flank gets you so much value.
The mid flank and the ultimates. Drick tagged too with the first shot of the Hunter's Fury. That's some big intel, some big damage, and in was Alpha, they're like, okay, these guys are all paying attention towards green. Let's capitalize with Boogie playing towards the middle. Well executed by Game Labs Alpha. Able to invest that early on and get those ultimates up and running to give them the advantage. Still, a chance here for Athens Apollo. They have the rifles and they have the Blade Storm. Make or break moment really here for the defense.
All right, they got the lockdown as well here on the defensive Athens side, using a lot of his blades to try and destroy some of that utility. Biased option, but it's the one that he was presented with. They should get the plant down on the 2nd floor as well. Notoriously difficult to try and defuse, but in this case, they still do have that screen from the Sage to utilize. Never mind, Corazon goes down. Sheikah on the flank catch, and now that pulls the attacking side to look all the way back towards him. Lockdown plays committed into this round. I'm not too sure about this just yet.
Ooh, rock in the hard place, and here we go like a wrecking ball. Boogie comes in. Fall X finds the target too. Doesn't care about getting detained. It will be Tomix though on cleanup duty, and it will effectively lead into a 3v1. Can he play the hero one last time here, trying to be part of the pantheon of mids? But Boogie, of course, is just the core component to watch out for. 12-5. This is it. Match point and basically group stage point for G-Lab.
Wow, Game Labs looking to run away with this series. Not just this map, but with the open qualifier slot. That's the real thing. We are at qualifier point for these two teams. Looking at Game Labs to be that fourth qualifier and 8th final team to join us into the top 8 into the regular season for this stage. Game Labs a single round away from accomplishing what they've been probably since their inception been setting out to do.
Oh no!
Oh, what a catch from Sheikah.
Yep, Sheikah saw it and found it. Hook, line, and sinker. But we're not done. 4v5 and G-Lab, they're still gonna force it out anyway. Chase finds Sheikah, and that puts the Viper Spit deflated on the ground. Equalizes the odds. Nash, though, has still an angle towards the corner. Cheese yet again will find him. Bogey waking up immensely here towards the latter half of Icebox. Tomix making noise with the operator, but it's 3v2 now. And Game Labs Alpha, they have the site under control. A final countdown here perhaps for Athens Apollo. Is their time done here and a new era willing to begin? Still, that high ground can't be effective. Dostal losing out versus Boogie. It's all left now to Tomix. He's done pretty much heroics before, but this time around, it's a page written in favor of Game Labs Alpha instead. 2-0 all throughout the day, all throughout the open qualifiers. But it's Game Labs Alpha who takes the final slot to move into the group stage.
Wow, what a series here from Game Labs Alpha. And there you go, as Dax said it himself. Your final representative going into the regular season for the VCT Top 8 of the Philippines. Congratulations, Game Labs Alpha, certainly proving their case here today with such an incredible effort. Athens Apollo as well, GG's to you guys, a valiant effort as well. We saw some great stuff from them throughout the open qualifiers. Ultimately, it wasn't their day today, nor is it their stage for them to be into it, but we still saw some great moments from them. Looking at Game Labs though, Dax, this is a promising team, especially knowing at how much unknowns there are going into this regular season. Game Labs are looking to be one of those new teams to really make a splash.
These guys are pretty much bodybuilders by this point because they're just looking so strong in how they punch away the opposition, and well played all throughout by G-Labs here in how they just capitalize on many of these steps that AA unfortunately took. And I just gotta say, I can't believe it. We've gone from 8 teams here in the open qualifier left, make it 4, and we move to 8 again in the regular season. We have a complete roster now here, Black and Blue, for our VCTPH. Well, the first splits is 2023. Mouse, Oasis Gaming, SR Nakage, APH, joined by Pugger, Sky Encore, Abaddon Abyss, and of course our final qualifier, Game Labs Alpha. But gotta ask you now, this game, there were moments for Athens Apollo, but all in all, G-Lab just getting the right reads and the right frags at the right time.
And remember, before the series even started, when we were talking about it a while ago, this could either go to a 2-0 Game Labs kind of rush to the finish line, a blitz, if anything, or Athens Apollo could extend this in map number 3, and that's where they could win things out because they do have the better scoreline historically on Haven, where final decider would have been. In this case, the opening 2 maps, those opening 2 rooms of the dungeon, seem to be the ultimate demise of this Athens Apollo squad. Great highlights from both sides, but ultimately, Dax, we know which way the title went.
And it just really goes to show for Game Labs Alpha, there's always someone ready to step on up. We saw Folex pop off, especially in that first game, but near the tail end of this one, big props to what we saw from Boogie, what we saw from Chase earlier on. Owen making such a big difference again and again, and of course Drick having his moments at the start of the series near the middle of the map. Everyone here on the Game Labs Alpha side is a force to be reckoned with on the duels, and it does seem like there needs to be a bit more subterfuge done against a squad like this. A kind of way of play that the regular season teams will have to do basically in groups has to be the fact where they need to make sure they always have the advantage, because if you're going for these 50-50s, if you're going for these duels, G-Lab can have your number.
Yeah, Game Labs, they might be a team that maybe, let's say, they don't have as intricate of an idea or a plan to be executing, but simplicity could be the key. And when you try to outmuscle a team like these guys, well, it's going to be very difficult. You got Boogie just dancing his way and the rest of Game Alpha to the finish line, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Well, there you go. Maybe this is one Boogie I'd be happy delivering my win, delivering the goods, and well, Game Labs Alpha, man. What else is there to say? This is just such a strong show of force that we have seen from them, and to no real surprise, we have Boogie here taking the MVP performance, especially after that second map. A bit on the quiet side, sure on the first, but there, the last few rounds, the fact that he was able to open up the backside of where they were trying to play towards A, the fact that he was just so impactful near the tail end of that second half, it really was just the icing on the cake that Game Labs Alpha was able to celebrate with.
Yeah, and having a player like him, as well as, many other talents, like what we saw all around the board coming in from this Game Labs squad, it's just such an important thing to have, right? You have players like Owen, you have players like Fall X, and when your roster is comprised of just so well-rounded talents, and you have a lot of different options, a lot of people who can step up, and that's what we ultimately saw here today, Dax. Just everybody making sure they get the job done their own way.
Yeah, well, sometimes a bit of that independence can come in together for everyone to collaborate. And big props to everyone who joined the open qualifier. Gotta give it especially to Sanguine Rebels, Dragons, and Athens Apollo. They were so close, but it was just a little too late there by the tail end. And now we get to see our brackets that we were able to go through over this weekend. Puggers taking that first spot, and then Sky Onker taking the second. Drops down both SR Dragons and Athens Apollo. And when they drop down even lower, dropping out of the competition as G Labs Alpha, as well as Abaddon Abyss, two teams that have been waiting in the lower bracket for quite a while, able to take those victories. Big congratulations to all these teams. Very excited to see many of these squads. Puggers, of course, the newer faces, Sky Encore, they're black and blue. We know those names. They've come together for VCT before. They've come together as this unit again. And G-Lab Alpha and Abaddon Abyss, two teams very hyped up by the community. I'll be real, I see a lot more hype for G-Lab on the Facebook side, and then I see a lot of hype for Abaddon Abyss on the Twitter side. So it just really goes to show everywhere and anywhere these teams are talked about on the PH and especially the SEA scenes.
Yeah, I know Game Labs is an organization that has been active, especially in the local community as well, so understandable. There's lots of fans on that side of the pond. And then you look at, Abaddon, a newer organization made for this Ascension run, and that is something also to behold. We look at Puggers and Sky Esports, very different contrasting storylines as well, and how those teams have gotten here and where they've been before. And what I'm just super excited for is, guys, we're only in the open qualifiers. We haven't really even kicked off the actual regular season. When we get to it, that is something to behold. But guys, with Grab Unlimited, you guys should celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. It's right down there, the QR on the lower left of your screen. Make sure you pull your phone out, take a screenshot of this. You know what to do. Celebrate great wins with great food today.
Yeah, it was so shocking to see that QR card. I was like, what hit me there? Besides that, though, yeah, grab them. I was surprised. Like, hey,
Yeah, spark.
We have a spark here with Grab Unlimited, and electrifying matches all throughout the day. But that is our first weekend of VCTPH of the first split of 2023. Done and dusted. And when we return, we're gonna be having 8 of the squads onto the regular season, and then of course near the tail end, it will be the playoffs. So what a way to go through all of these games, to go through. I don't even know how many teams we had in the open qualifier there, but it's really good to see so many new faces, so many returning faces, trying to go through the gauntlet. And at the very end, we have the best of the best ready to compete here at the biggest leagues in the Philippine scene.
Well, that's what they're going to have to be ready to do, because they're going up against some big names. Especially, you guys know the invited teams already added onto this on this stage, and it's going to be a big test, the biggest test by far for all of these, well, barring one, perhaps, open qualifier teams that we did see qualified on in, barring that Sky Encore team that we know has had actual VCT experience in the past and even international experience. But for the rest of these newer teams, new talent coming on in, players that we've never seen before. I think it's safe to say, Dax, that, you know, maybe barring year one, stage one, this is the most amount of unknowns we've had in a VCT regular top 8 stage, and that is exciting to behold.
Yeah, into the unknown we go, and it will just be quite the relentless pursuit to glory and greatness here in VCTPH. But for now, guys, we're going to be signing out for the weekend, and when we return, the stage is going to get even grander. We're going to be joined by everyone here in the talent pool, every one of these teams invited and qualified, and you guys should be tuning on in. Then keep an eye out on all the socials. Everything's pretty much new here this year, so it's just so many links, so many times. We're happy to have you on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube, of course our Twitter's there as well, and we shall see you guys next time on the Philippine market. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue. On behalf of everyone who's casted so far and hasn't cast yet, we'll be signing out for now, and when we return, it'll be even more greatness here from the Philippine scene. See you guys, have a good day, and we'll get even greater games going then.